Chapter 846. Brother, kill him. You must kill this brat. Avenge our Yen clan. Yen Qingyang's eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. It was also a young man with a tall and sturdy figure and a handsome face. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was cold and his body emitted a biting cold killing intent. He nodded slightly and coldly said, Lin Xian, Lone Star Sword. I will let you know that there are some people you can't touch and some things you can't take. This person was Yen Qingyang's brother, Yen Qingfeng. He had received orders from his clan to kill Lin Xian and seize the Lone Star Sword. Let me see what capabilities you have to be able to cause such a huge commotion. He coldly snorted and walked outside. Immortal Martial Academy, Mid-Grade Spirit Gathering Tower. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side near the Mid-Grade Spirit Gathering Tower and instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Their interest wasn't Lin Xian but the ancient blue sword on his back. Is that the Lone Star Sword? I can feel the cold aura from it even from so far away. This guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to carry a half-earth tier treasure on his back. Someone coldly snorted. His eyes were red with jealousy. With a beauty by his side and a treasured sword by his side, Lin Xian had undoubtedly become the public enemy of the Immortal Martial Academy. Pairs of rabbit-like eyes stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. However, no one dared to make a move. They had heard of the incident in Wind-Seeking City. Although they didn't see it, they felt that it was terrifying just by hearing about it. To be able to bring back the Lone Star Sword safely from so many powers in Wind-Seeking City, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. Lin Xian naturally saw the surrounding people as well. However, he didn't care. These people were just talking and didn't dare to make a move. However, at the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar as if they had discovered something shocking. They dispersed like the tide. Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned his head to look. He saw the crowd disperse and a group of people walk out from the gap. The person in the lead was a handsome young man with a stalwart figure. His gaze was steady, and his footwork was steady. Although he did not deliberately release his aura, it carried a powerful aura, causing the surrounding people to quietly shut their mouths. Seeing those people, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Although he didn't recognize the burly youth at the front, he did recognize the disciple beside him. Yen Qingyang. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the other party's ferocious expression. Needless to say, these people were all from the Tao Spirit Association, and the tall and sturdy young man at the front should be the legendary president of the Tao Spirit Association, Yen Qingfeng. The surrounding martial artists also took a deep breath, their expressions becoming extremely rich. Yen Qingfeng, I didn't expect him to come back. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes burned with passion. These people naturally wouldn't forget the battle between Lin Xian and Dao Ling Association. Back then, when Yen Qingyang provoked him, he was severely injured. When Yen Qingfeng returns this time, he definitely won't let Lin Xian off. Lin Xian is dead for sure this time. Although he was powerful, Yen Qingfeng was a third-level honorable. The difference in level and realm could crush him to death. Yeah, maybe he won't be able to keep the Lone Star Sword then. If that's the case, it'll be interesting. I really want to see what kind of expression Lin Xian will have when he's defeated. Yeah, this guy is too arrogant. He's running around with the Lone Star Sword. Does he really think that no one can stop him? These people were jealous of Lin Xian, so their words were filled with sarcasm and jealousy. Yen Qingyang smiled maliciously and looked at Lin Xian with a strong provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he looked at Yen Qingfeng, who was at the front. This scene stunned Yen Qingyang. Then, his face turned ugly. How dare Lin Xian ignore him? That's too despicable. I'll let you be smug for a little longer. When my brother makes his move, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yan Qingyang snorted in his heart. He knew that as long as his brother made his move, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. By then, he would humiliate Lin Xian properly and return all the anger he had suffered previously. You're Lin Xian. At this moment, Yan Qingfeng's eyes flickered and he asked coldly. Who are you? Are you that trash's brother? Lin Xian said casually. During this process, he casually glanced at Yan Qingyang. The disdain in his eyes was self-evident. You! Yan Qingyang was so angry that he vomited blood again. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Fuck, I'll bear with this. I'll pay you back 100-fold later. Looks like you know who I am. In that case, I don't have to introduce myself." Yan Qingfeng's voice was cold. He looked at the Lone Star sword on Lin Xian's back with a burning gaze. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Hand over the Lone Star sword obediently and I'll give you a chance to live. The Yan family is really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered, unfortunately, you're not the first to say that. In Wind-Seeking City, 3 disciples of the Yan family once said the same thing to me. In the end, they all died. Later on, there was an elite team of the Yan family led by a guardian elder. They also said the same thing to me, but they all died. I advise you to take back your words. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have already fought with the Yan family. By the sound of it, he had killed many Yan family martial artists. If that was true, Lin Xian was too scary. On the opposite side, Yan Qingfeng's face darkened. His eyes flickered and his killing intent quickly gathered. Since you know the crime you've committed, that's great. Since you've done something, you must pay the price. And the price you have to pay is your life. His voice was cold and the sound waves turned into sharp swords. It was as if the swords were going to pierce through Lin Xian. So arrogant, so domineering. Lin Xian sneered, but let me tell you, the people I killed all deserved to die. I killed the Yan family because they deserved to die. Those people were all greedy. They wanted to kill me and steal my Lone Star sword. If they weren't greedy and didn't provoke me, they wouldn't have been killed. Therefore, their deaths were entirely their own fault. As for you, if you're stubborn and want to steal the Lone Star sword, you'll end up like them. What a sharp tongue. No matter what you say, you can't escape death. Yan Qingfeng's expression was cold. You're wrong. I'm just stating the truth. Since you want to fight, come at me. Lin Xian's eyes focused. The aura on his body kept rising. He was like a peerless divine sword that was recovering quickly. Of course, I'll fight. Yan Qingfeng said coldly, but not today. Chapter 847. Life and Death Ring. Everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. It seemed like Yan Qingfeng was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Lin Xian to the Life and Death Ring. The Celestial Martial Arts Academy forbade students from killing each other. For example, in the battle between Lin Xian and Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian merely injured his opponent and did not kill him. Therefore, if they were to fight now, Yan Qingyang could only defeat Lin Xian but not kill him. However, the Life and Death Ring was different. It was a place the academy set aside for students to settle their disputes. Fights and conflicts were common between martial artists. Especially these geniuses, they were arrogant and did not want to admit defeat. If a martial artist in the academy reached the stage where they would fight to the death, they could apply for the life and death ring to fight to the death. Now, Yan Qingfeng had invited Lin Xian to the life and death ring. Life and death ring. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He had heard of the life and death ring and knew the rules of the life and death ring. Once they entered the life and death ring, only one of them could survive. It seemed like Yan Qingfeng was determined to kill him. However, this was good too. The grudge between him and the Yan clan was irreconcilable. Instead of leaving a scourge in the future, he might as well get rid of this genius now. Moreover, Yan Qingfeng was ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. If he could defeat Yan Qingfeng, Lin Xian's ranking would jump from 70th to 30th. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Xian would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had no reason to reject Yan Qingfeng. 10 days later, the life and death ring will be as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his gaze was resolute. The crowd was shocked and many of them exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to accept the life and death ring. Did he not know Yan Qingfeng's strength? One should know that Yan Qingfeng was a third-level honorable. Moreover, he was not an ordinary third-level honorable. He was a genius and a senior in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. He definitely had many trump cards in his hands. Such a person far surpassed those of the same level. Although Lin Xian was strong and could battle across realms, he could at most kill a second heaven venerable realm cultivator. Against a prodigy like Yan Qingfeng, he was not enough. In fact, it was very likely that he would be killed instantly. Yan Qingfeng smiled cruelly when he heard Lin Xian's reply. I advise you to enjoy your last moments, because in 10 days, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. He sneered, turned around, and left with the people of Dao Ling Association. Yan Qingyang looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Lin Xian actually dared to engage in a death match with his brother. He was really courting death. He couldn't wait to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian being killed 10 days later. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. Are you confident? Murong Qingqing asked from the side. I'm not very confident, only about 30 to 40%. Lin Xian said, he knows that Yan Qingfeng is definitely a very difficult opponent, so he wasn't arrogant. Only 30 to 40%. Murong Qingqing opened her eyes wide and complained, you actually dared to accept a death match with such a low success rate. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, aren't there still 10 days? Lin Xian comforted with a smile, if I can break through to the second heaven venerable realm within 10 days, then my chances of winning will greatly increase. By then, there might be a miracle. Breakthrough. Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, seems like you've already thought about it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Oh, were you worried about me just now? Lin Xian suddenly smiled, to be able to get your concern, I have no regrets even if I die. He laughed and turned to walk toward the middle-level spirit gathering array. You. Humph. Who cares about you? Murong Qingqing blushed and stomped her feet in anger. It could be said that it was very urgent to break through to the second heaven venerable realm in 10 days, but Lin Xian had such confidence. The battle in Wind-Seeking City a few days ago had benefited him greatly. His spiritual energy value had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerable realm. As long as he was guided, he would be able to smoothly break through to the second heaven venerable realm. This was the benefit of fighting, and this was also why countless warriors wanted to fight with their lives on the line. In battle, they could improve their skills and strengthen their martial skills. If they were lucky, they could even break through directly. And Lin Xian was fighting with the top experts. Every battle was very exciting and intense, so the speed of his breakthrough was far beyond his peers. 5 days later, Lin Xian successfully broke through, and the spiritual energy in his body almost doubled. Not only that, he felt that his relationship with the great dragon sword soul had become even closer. The kind of easy control made him unable to stop. It had to be said that the increase of his cultivation was extremely beneficial to him. Lin Xian estimated that his current strength had doubled compared to before. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could easily defeat Sheng Wanxian, Huang Zhan, and the others. With his current strength, there was no pressure to fight against an ordinary third heaven venerable realm. Even if he was to fight against a genius like Yan Qingfeng, he was confident that he could win. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the battle 5 days later. In the following days, Lin Xian began to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend other martial arts. Soon, 10 days had passed, and the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in a frenzy of excitement. That was because today was the battle between Yan Qingfeng and Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary battle. First of all, both of them were experts on the Mystic Venerable list. Between them, Yan Qingfeng was more eye-catching. As a third heaven venerable and a genius martial artist ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable Society, he was very dazzling. Moreover, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. This kind of battle was extremely intense, and it would only end when one side died. There were very few such battles in the Immortal Martial Academy in recent years, which was why everyone was so excited. Moreover, Lin Xian had a half-Earth tier treasure in his hands, which was also one of the reasons why everyone was looking forward to the battle. One had to know that although everyone did not think highly of Lin Xian, if he used the Lone Star Sword, he might be able to fight against Yan Qingfeng. However, it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables around. At most, it would allow Lin Xian to hold on for a little longer. This analysis was made by the experts of the academy. In their opinion, this was already very impressive. According to their estimation, if Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star Sword, he probably would not even be able to block a single attack. On this day, the weather was clear and there was a gentle breeze. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples were running in the same direction. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. At this moment, in a corner of the Immortal Martial Academy, there was a huge arena. This arena was very old, and it was filled with an ancient aura. It was an ancient arena. Chapter 848. At this moment, the surroundings of the Life and Death Ring were filled with people. These people were all students of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. There were even a few elders and deacons who came to watch the battle. Of course, they weren't just here to watch the battle. They had another purpose, which was to activate the Life and Death Ring. Not long after, a group of people walked over from afar. They were from the Tao Spirit Association. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a burly figure. He was like a young god of war with a powerful aura. Yan Qingfeng. When the crowd saw the white-robed figure, they instantly exclaimed. The person who came was Yan Qingfeng. Behind him were Yan Qingyang and the rest from the Tao Spirit Association. Yan Qingfeng brought the crowd to the Life and Death Ring. He bowed slightly to the elders. Then, he took a step forward and like a flash of lightning, he directly arrived at the ring. He stood with his hands behind his back like a javelin. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Other than the elders of the academy, Yan Qingfeng didn't care about anyone else. He only had one goal today, which was to kill Lin Xian. The crowd was shocked and whispered to each other. Yan Qingfeng was too confident. He didn't care about this battle at all. Actually, this was very normal. Yan Qingfeng's cultivation was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. Moreover, he was a top expert who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Other than those who were ranked above him, he didn't care about the others at all. Even those who were ranked higher than him wouldn't be willing to fight with him unless they had no other choice. After all, when one's cultivation reached such a level, one would definitely have some trump cards. Those things were very deadly. Not long after Yan Qingfeng's arrival, many other martial artists walked over. Among them, a few were very eye-catching. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. This young man's face was fair as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. What was even more strange was that his eyes were purple. As his eyes moved, there was a demonic aura. Behind him was a group of martial artists with powerful auras. Yi Yan. Seeing the purple figure, the crowd's heart trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was because the aura that this young man in a purple robe gave out wasn't any weaker than Yan Qingfeng's. In fact, he was even stronger. Yi Yan was also a third heaven of the honorable realm. He was ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Purple Robe Pavilion. Regardless of cultivation or power, he was above Yan Qingfeng. Who would have thought that Yan Qingfeng's battle to the death would actually draw him here? Everyone exclaimed. At the same time that Yi Yan arrived, on the other side, a group of people were also rushing over. These people were dressed in blue and had the same pattern drawn on their bodies. It was an ice flower. The ice flower was blue and lifelike, emitting a cold aura. The leader of this group of people was a young girl wearing a blue dress. The young girl was beautiful and her eyes were clear, but her body carried a bone-piercing chill. Following their arrival, the temperature of the entire space continued to drop, as if it had fallen into winter. Snow Lady. Everyone exclaimed again as they circulated their spiritual energy to resist the chill. Snow Lady, an ice-based warrior. She was extremely powerful and ranked 17th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Her eyes were cold as she scanned the surroundings. Then, she found a place and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Other than that, another group of people had arrived. There were only 7 or 8 people in this group. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these people were too powerful. Each of them emitted a powerful aura that connected together. It was terrifying. The Gathering of Heroes was a very special organization. They had very few people, but every one of them was a powerhouse and could not be underestimated. The arrival of this group of people caused the entire space to fall into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It could not be helped. These people's auras were too powerful. Although they did not deliberately release their auras, it was not something that ordinary warriors could withstand. One of them had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually sharp, like a demonic beast. It made one's heart tremble. Lone Wolf ranked 33rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. His fighting style was extremely cruel and few people dared to provoke him. The arrival of Lone Wolf and the others caused Yan Qingfeng to open his eyes. He nodded slightly at Lone Wolf and the others as a form of greeting. Lone Wolf also grinned. Then, he looked around and scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, his face darkened. Humph. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He actually made so many of us wait for him. Lone Wolf's voice was cold and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The crowd was silent and did not dare to speak. It was obvious that Lone Wolf and Yan Qingfeng were in cahoots. At that moment, they were obviously targeting Lin Xian. I came late because I wanted to give some people more time to live. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it. A faint voice was heard and lingered in the surroundings. It was clearly heard. Humph. How arrogant. Lone Wolf frowned and snorted coldly. On the fighting ring, Yan Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They knew that Lin Xian had arrived. The crowd turned around and saw a group of warriors walking over from behind. The person at the front was Lin Xian. Today, Lin Xian wore a black shirt that fit him perfectly. He carried the Lone Star sword on his back. His expression was calm and his footwork was steady. He was like a sword immortal, calm and confident. That aura was very special, making people feel that it was very profound. Beside him was Murong Qingqing, who was dressed in white. Her face was unparalleled and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a fairy. Behind Lin Xian, there were hundreds of warriors. These people were naturally members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Today was the day of their boss's life and death battle. No one was left behind. More than 500 people gathered together, forming a terrifying aura. Their clothes were the same, and their footwork was the same. When they stepped on the ground, they emitted an indescribable rhythm, causing the entire ground to tremble. So strong. Was this Lin Xian's strength? The gods were shocked and could not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian had established the Dragon Sword Pavilion, but they had never thought that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would develop so quickly. Now that it had reached such a scale, it was truly shocking. When Lone Wolf saw the 500 people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, his expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Today is a life and death battle. No matter how many people you bring, it's useless. I brought these people not to help me fight, but to clean up the trash," Lin Xian said indifferently. "This fly is too annoying. Which one of you will chase him out?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled violently. Fly, Lin Xian actually called Lone Wolf a fly. Was he courting death? One had to know that Lone Wolf was a genius ranked 33rd. In addition to his violent fighting style, his combat strength was not weaker than Yan Qingfeng's. Lin Xian actually called such a person a fly. No one dared to imagine what kind of anger Lone Wolf would erupt. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's words, Lone Wolf's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. "Brat, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will die here without having to enter the life and death arena." Chapter 849. On the other hand, Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest narrowed their eyes as if they were watching a show. Lin Xian ignored Lone Wolf's threat and shook his head slightly as he spoke to Dongfang Xiong. "Dongfang, throw this guy out. I don't want to see him. I don't want to affect my mood for the competition." "Don't worry, Brother Xian." Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly and took a step forward. His entire body exuded a dragon elephant aura. Following his action, the 500 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him roared in unison. How dare he insult their boss? He deserved to die. They didn't care if he was an expert on the Sublime Venerable leaderboard. As long as he dared to insult their boss, he would be sent flying. 500 people gathered together. Their aura was terrifying. Moreover, these people weren't weak. More than half of them had entered the supremacy realm. With so many cultivators gathered together, not to mention the third-level venerated realm experts, even the elders' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't fight back. They couldn't fight back at all. Back then, Lin Xian had led 50 supremacies and barged into the Vientiane auction. Now, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were 10 times more than before. The power they produced was also 10 times more than before. Terrifying spiritual energy soared from the 500 people. It formed a huge hand in the air and slammed down. "You're courting death. Die!" Lone Wolf roared. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body as he fought against the huge hand in the sky. However, everything he did was in vain. Although he was a third-level supremacies and there was a suppression between supremacies, he wasn't facing one person. He was facing 500 experts. The 500 people were all geniuses. Although they weren't as strong as him, their talents weren't any weaker than his. At that moment, the 500 people gathered together. He couldn't fight back at all. Poof! A string of blood splattered down from the sky as Lone Wolf was sent flying. The void was torn apart. His body was like a shooting star as he disappeared into the horizon. Silence. Absolute silence. All the martial artists around the life and death ring were stunned. The powerful Lone Wolf, an expert ranked 33rd on the Sublime Venerable leaderboard, was sent flying just like that. Seeing the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, everyone gasped. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. In the life and death ring, Yen Qingfeng frowned. The other party's society was indeed a terrifying force that could even threaten him. But so what? Today's match was a battle of life and death. No one could help Lin Xian. In a one-on-one battle, Yen Qingfeng had absolute confidence. Although you can make Lone Wolf leave the stage, it's all in vain. On the life and death arena, no one can help you. Once you lose the support of a force, you are nothing. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He slowly walked forward with steady steps. A powerful sword will gushed out from his body. On the other side, Yen Qingfeng also exuded a terrifying aura that was filled with murderous intent. Moreover, it contained the powerful aura of a third sky venerable realm cultivator, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The two auras clashed in the void, creating a terrifying sound of collision. Yen Qingfeng looked disdainful. He was 2 levels higher than Lin Xian. He could crush Lin Xian to death with his aura alone. He knew that too. Therefore, before going on the stage, he wanted to use his cultivation to humiliate Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to know the consequences of offending the Yen family. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian was not pressed down. Instead, Lin Xian blocked his aura. How is that possible? The others were shocked too. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I can tell from your expression that your plan has failed again. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that I seem to be the nemesis of the Yen family. Therefore, you have to be careful. Don't die because of me. Humph. Yen Qingfeng snorted. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he looked surprised. You've broken through. No wonder you're so arrogant. Even if you're a second sky venerable, it's still not enough. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Cherish this moment. Today will be the last time you're arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and walked towards the combat ring quickly. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body grew stronger. In the end, the entire space was shrouded by the terrifying sword light as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. The surrounding crowd was shocked and retreated quickly. They could not withstand the pressure of the aura. Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring. Sword chi exploded like a peerless sword and slashed forward. Too powerful. Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was extremely sharp and pointed his sword at Yen Qingfeng as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Activate. As Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring, the surrounding elders of the academy shouted. Then, they waved their hands and injected spiritual energy into the combat ring. In the end, the entire combat ring shook rapidly and formed a sealed space. Only when one of them died would the combat ring open again and release the winner. Otherwise, both of them would be sealed in the combat ring. That was the combat ring. Once one stepped onto the combat ring, life and death would be decided immediately. Only those who were alive could leave the combat ring. Looking at Lin Xian opposite him, Yan Qingfeng became extremely cold. A violent and cold murderous aura was released from his body and quickly spread in all directions. In his eyes, a cold blade flashed. Today, he was going to kill his opponent and take the Lone Star Sword to clear his family name. Kid, although you've broken through to the second sky of the honorable realm, you're still nothing in front of me. Take out the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Hearing that, many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Lin Xian was powerful, the gap between the two was too big. If not for the Lone Star Sword, Yan Qingfeng would have been killed instantly. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he slowly took out the Lone Star Sword from his back. Hearing that, many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian had gone overboard. One should know that even with the Lone Star Sword, he could at most compete with Yan Qingfeng. It was impossible for him to defeat Yan Qingfeng. However, Lin Xian was extremely confident. After breaking through to the second sky of the honorable realm, his chances of winning had increased to 80%. This was still under the condition that he did not use the Lone Star Sword. If he used the Lone Star Sword now, he would definitely win. In fact, from his point of view, using the Lone Star Sword would make this battle meaningless. However, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. In a battle of this nature, he had to be fast and accurate. Therefore, even if Yan Qingfeng did not say so, he had decided to use the Lone Star Sword to end the battle quickly. Chapter 850. Yan Qingfeng was very confident. Regardless of whether Lin Xian used the Lone Star Sword or not, he would still be able to kill him. He was very confident in his own strength. He extended his palm and a snow-white long saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance flashed and sliced through the void easily. Needless to say, it was a treasured saber. With the saber in hand, Yan Qingfeng's entire body became sharp. His aura was unbearable. Next, you will know how big the gap between us is. Even if you have the Lone Star Sword, you won't be able to make up for it. He snorted coldly and waved his arm. The snow-white long saber fell, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Along with it was a dazzling saber radiance that merged into one. The crowd was shocked and their hearts trembled. Yan Qingfeng was too powerful. Just a normal attack was unbearable. He was indeed a genius martial artist who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yan Qingfeng's attack was enough to threaten his safety. He used the illusory demon steps and dodged quickly. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand. He became one with the sword and charged toward Yan Qingfeng. You want to fight in close combat? You're courting death. Yan Qingfeng sneered. The saber in his hand shone even more brightly. With his earth-rank body movement, Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of Yan Qingfeng in an instant. The next moment, the great dragon sword soul exploded. Shocking murderous aura and blood-red sword radiance accompanied the Lone Star Sword as it pierced forward. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red. It was as if hell had descended. Boom! Poof! With one strike, the two of them quickly moved to opposite ends of the arena. That's fast. What happened? The crowd was anxious and discussed quickly. They could not see the attack clearly. They could only feel the terrifying power spreading in all directions. The Lone Star Sword is only a so-so, Yan Qingfeng turned around and sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. His entire face was distorted. Poof! In the next moment, blood spurted out of his right arm like a river of blood. It was terrifying. His entire right arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah! My arm! What? What happened? The crowd was stunned. They could not believe it. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The extremely powerful Yan Qingfeng's arm was cut off. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian, how is Lin Xian? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked to the other side. They knew that the moment they exchanged blows, the two of them must have had an intense collision. Otherwise, such a shocking thing would not have happened. God, he's fine. Someone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. Lin Xian stood proudly with his sword in his hand. His sleeves were torn, and the cut was even. It was cut by the long blade, but his body was unharmed. With one strike, Yan Qingfeng was defeated. The previously incomparably arrogant and domineering Yan Qingfeng was actually defeated in one move. Was Lin Xian too terrifying, or was the Lone Star Sword too powerful? The crowd did not know, but they knew that Yan Qingfeng had lost the match. Without his right arm, his battle prowess would definitely drop drastically. How could he possibly withstand the Lone Star Sword's attacks? And the consequence of failure was death. Impossible, this is impossible. Outside the arena, Yan Qingyang was trembling in disbelief. He knew his elder brother's strength. Even a third-level honorable realm of the older generation was no match for him. However, such a person had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated in a single move. Just how powerful was Lin Xian? The Tao Spirit Association side was dead silent, but the Dragon Sword Pavilion side was jubilant. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also turned, and her face was full of surprise. Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest were also extremely shocked. They did not expect such a situation. What a fast sword! In the distance, a few elders from the academy exclaimed, looking at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. This kid is incredible. Even without the Lone Star Sword, he can still win. However, the Lone Star Sword has shortened the process infinitely. Yes, such a fast sword is very rare among the younger generation. Not bad, not bad. Perhaps he is qualified to enter that place. A few elders discussed, and they were very optimistic about Lin Xian. In the life and death ring, Yan Qingfeng's body trembled. He looked at the broken arm and fell into a daze. This should not be. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could his opponent have such a powerful attack? The Lone Star Sword, it must be the Lone Star Sword. His eyes were crazy as he stared ahead. Is this the power of a half-Earth rank treasure? It's so powerful. I must get it. He roared to the sky, and the aura on his body erupted like a flood. Boom! The void exploded, and a black lightning bolt floated in the sky with terrifying power. Die, brat! Yan Qingfeng roared and attacked with his martial soul. Rumble! In an instant, lightning surged, shattering everything. The sea of lightning surged, and it was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was a sea of lightning, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Gulp! Countless people swallowed their saliva. Such an attack was terrifying. Even a third-rank honorable would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Xian also felt the danger. Without hesitation, he quickly held the Lone Star Sword with both hands and displayed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 moves frightened ghosts and gods. A sword chi that was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a sword god slashed down quickly. Boom! The void trembled, and the endless sea of lightning swayed before it was ruthlessly cut open. The scene was terrifying. It was as if the dark night had been forcefully torn apart by a pair of large hands. Countless rays of light surged in, and the sky regained its clarity. The entire life and death ring trembled. If not for the special material, it would have been destroyed long ago. Drip. Drip. There was a pool of blood dripping in front, but Yan Qingfeng's figure had disappeared. Gulp. Countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty, unable to believe what had happened. Another sword. In just one sword, Yan Qingfeng was dead. In the entire process, Lin Xian had only attacked twice. However, these 2 attacks had taken Yan Qingfeng's life. The first attack had cut off Yan Qingfeng's right arm, directly destroying all of Yan Qingfeng's beliefs. The second attack had directly killed Yan Qingfeng. The entire process was very short, and it took less than half an hour. No, this can't be real. Demon, demon. Below, Yan Qingyang screamed in horror, and his body trembled. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. Yan Qingfeng was dead, and he did not even have the courage to face Lin Xian. The martial artists from Dao Ling Association also retreated quickly, disappearing into the crowd. Everyone knew that from today onwards, Dao Ling Association no longer existed. Boss. On the life and death ring, the special enchantment disappeared. The entire ring quickly faded and fell into a deep sleep again. Brother Xian. Brother Xian. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted crazily. They were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had shocked their new god. This was their boss. The boss of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Chapter 851. The news of Lin Xian defeating Yan Qingfeng spread like wildfire across the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone knew that this new student was too amazing. He rose up in a domineering manner and would definitely be one of the top experts in the academy in the future. Lin Xian defeated Yan Qingfeng and obtained the 30th place on the Mystic Honorable ranking. This advancement speed was terrifying. It was probably rare in the Immortal Martial Academy for the past 100 years. His Mystic Supreme Mirror evolved once again. Along with it came the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi was too dense. With this Mystic Supreme Mirror, he didn't need to go to the Intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower anymore. Therefore, he went into seclusion after returning to experience the benefits brought by the Mystic Supreme Mirror. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. However, on this day, Lin Xian's courtyard welcomed a guest. It was a delicate and cute girl with big eyes and long black hair. She looked like a little elf. This young girl was wearing a blue and white dress, with an ice flower drawn on her sleeve. It was as if it was real, exuding traces of coldness. You are. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the girl. Although he didn't know her, he had seen the symbol on her clothes before. 2 days ago, when he was in the life and death battle, there was a group of people wearing the same clothes near the arena. I'm Shui Man. I'm from the Ice Pavilion in the academy, the girl said softly. Ice Pavilion. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He remembered very clearly that the person who led the Ice Pavilion that day was a girl with long silver hair. Her strength was terrifying and even above Yan Qingfeng. Why are you looking for me? I'm not looking for you. My sister is looking for you. Come with me. Your sister. Lin Xian was puzzled. Aya, you're so stupid. My sister is naturally the owner of the Ice Pavilion, Ice Fairy. She's also the Snow Lady that you all call. Ice Fairy. Why is she looking for me? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. They didn't seem to know each other. You'll know when you get there. The girl pouted. You're a man. Don't tell me you don't dare to go. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian smiled. Lead the way. Very quickly, under Shui Man's lead, the two left the freshman area and walked towards the east of the Immortal Martial Academy. After flying for the time it took an incense stick, Shui Man stopped. In front of him was a valley covered in snow and ice, everything was white as snow. There were even snowflakes falling from the sky. How strange. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a strange place in the academy. Actually, this was very normal. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely vast, far larger than what he knew. Within this place, there were all sorts of landforms, mountains, rivers, lakes, everything that one could imagine. A snowy valley wasn't much. Walking into the valley, Lin Xian discovered that there were a few blue pavilions inside. He guessed that these were the residences of these people. Not far from the left side of the pavilion, there was a blue bamboo forest. Every bamboo was crystal clear, as if they were made of ice and snow. This was frost bamboo, and it contained a powerful frost power. For martial artists who cultivated the ice attribute, it was a very good supplementary cultivation item. At this moment, there was a white figure standing in front of the ice bamboos, expressionlessly looking at Lin Xian. So cold. Feeling that gaze, Lin Xian was startled. The coldness in the other party's eyes made him feel uneasy. Sister Bingling, I've brought him here. Shui Man smiled faintly at the beautiful figure in white. Okay. Bingling nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also began to size up the other party. Putting aside the coldness, Bingling was definitely a stunning beauty. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were wrapped in a white dress. One could vaguely see her alluring curves. Although her exquisite face was expressionless, it was not hard to imagine that if that face smiled, it would definitely make everything in the world pale in comparison. What was even more peculiar was that she had a head of silver hair, which added a hint of mystery to her already stunning beauty. Greetings, Senior Sister Bingling, Lin Xian said. No matter what, the other party was a senior. He still had to be polite. Junior brother Lin is too polite. Bingling said indifferently. I invited you here because I have a mission for you. I wonder if you are interested. Mission? What mission? Lin Xian was surprised. A mission that the Snow Girl accepted was definitely not ordinary. A 4-star mission. A 4-star mission. Lin Xian was surprised. He squinted his eyes and said, only seniors can accept 4-star missions. As a new student, I don't seem to have the qualifications. Lin Xian had already familiarized himself with the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. In the Immortal Martial Academy, a large number of missions would be issued almost every day. According to the difficulty of these missions, they would be ranked from 1 to 5 stars. Normally, new students could only accept missions that were ranked in the top 3 stars. Although it seemed unreasonable, this was a rule that the Academy created after careful consideration in order to protect the safety of the new students. One had to know that 3-star missions were already extremely difficult. Basically, one would need to be at least at the Paragon realm to complete them. Among the new students, only a few geniuses had the qualifications to complete such missions. As for the other new students, they could only accept 1-star or 2-star missions at most. Only after they had stayed in the academy for a year and became a senior would they be able to accept missions of a higher level. Lin Xian had already accepted 3-star missions. However, he was unable to accept 4-star missions because he was a new student. And now, the other party actually invited him to participate in a 4-star mission. You don't have to worry about qualifications. Since I invited you here, I can naturally help you settle it. Bing Ling said indifferently. She had an indifferent expression from the start, as if nothing could cause her to be moved. But why invite me? Lin Xian asked again. In the Immortal Martial Academy, there should be many cultivators who can participate in 4-star missions. And there should be many who are stronger than me. Why choose me? Because of strength. Bing Ling said straightforwardly. I saw the match between you and Yan Qingfeng a few days ago. Your strength is very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. Especially your decisive and swift strike. I admire it very much. That's why I invited you to participate. But there's one thing I have to explain. I didn't invite you alone. This 4-star mission is a team mission with a total of 5 people. Other than you, I also invited 3 other people. Moreover, the reward for this mission is very generous. If you can successfully complete it, you can get a reward of 1 million spiritual value points. 1 million. Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. One had to know that an Earth rank martial art was only 300,000 spiritual value points. 1 million could be exchanged for 3.5 Earth rank martial arts. If he completed this mission 4 or 5 times, he could exchange it for a complete Earth rank martial art. Chapter 852. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Bing Ling said indifferently, You're thinking too much. Do you think that a 4-star mission is easy? Furthermore, without a certain status and qualifications, it's very difficult to receive a 4-star mission. As for the 1 million spiritual stones, it's actually not much. If you can receive a 5-star mission, the reward will be terrifying. I heard that a 5-star mission will give you at least 5 million spiritual value points. 5 million. Lin Xian was shocked. A mission like this could be exchanged for an Earth rank martial art. However, he knew that a 5-star mission was even more difficult. Bing Ling said, although the reward of a 5-star mission is extremely tempting, only one person has been able to complete it in so many years. One person. Who is it? Lin Xian was very curious. Dugu Outyan. This time, there was finally a change in Bing Ling's expression. It was a very dignified look. Dugu Outyan. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had seen this name before because it was ranked first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Alright, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this mission, Bing Ling said indifferently. The mission I received is a little special. It's a treasure hunting mission, similar to an ancient treasure cave. Usually, there will be martial arts, treasures, and elixirs left inside. We only need to hand over 30% of the items we obtain to the academy. The rest is ours. This kind of treasure hunting mission is very popular because other than obtaining a large amount of spiritual value points, you can also obtain some ancient treasures. It can be said that it's a mission that every academy disciple wants to complete. There's such a good thing. Lin Xian was a little tempted. Moreover, he could not refuse the 1 million spiritual value points reward. After all, he had promised the dark red divine dragon that he would help him obtain the dragon's blood. The dragon's blood was very expensive, even more expensive than an Earth rank martial art. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Lin Xian. Alright, I agree. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. I wonder who else is there. He had heard that this was a team mission, so he wanted to ask the other warriors. Bing Ling had already made her choice. Shuaman said from the side. Other than you, there's also Yi Yan, ranked 25th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and Yang Lin, ranked 36th. The last one is a freshman like you. Her name is Dongfang Red Phoenix. You should know her. Eastern Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that other than him, there would be a new student joining the team. But why not Murong Qingqing? In terms of strength, Murong Qingqing was probably stronger. As if sensing Lin Xian's confusion, the Ice Spirit explained, "The Eastern Phoenix's martial soul is a little special, so I chose her." "I see." Lin Xian nodded. "If there's nothing else, we'll leave in 3 days. When the time comes, you can come to the Ice Spirit Valley and we'll set off together." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. A figure came to the Ice Spirit Valley at lightning speed. It was a wild-looking young man. He wore a beast robe and his hair was messy. His eyes were sharp like a demonic beast. The young man landed and looked around. When he saw Lin Xian, his face filled with shock. His pupils constricted, and a look of nervousness and fear appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw that person. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The wild-looking young man was none other than Lone Wolf, who had been sent flying a few days ago. Lin Xian didn't expect to meet him in the Ice Spirit Valley. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, Lone Wolf snorted coldly as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly restrained himself and turned to speak to the Ice Spirit. "Icicle Fairy, I wonder if you've considered the matter I mentioned before." Lone Wolf's eyes shone with a strange light. He was looking forward to it. Ice Spirit said calmly, "The last person has been chosen. It's Lin Xian. As for you, we can work together in the future if there's a chance." "What?" Lin Xian. Lone Wolf's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. He clenched his fists and his whole body trembled. He didn't expect that the last person for the treasure hunting mission would be Lin Xian. He couldn't accept it. The treasure hunting mission was very popular. However, he could only give up because he couldn't defeat either Ice Spirit or Lin Xian. If that's the case, then forget it. We can work together in the future. Lone Wolf cupped his fists and left the Ice Spirit Valley in a flash. 5,000 meters away from the Ice Spirit Valley, there were a few figures who seemed to be waiting for something. "He's out. So fast." They raised their heads and looked at the sky. "How was it? Did you succeed?" Looking at Lone Wolf, one of them asked. "No, the last person was snatched." Gula's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. "Who dares to snatch boss's name? Could it be one of the top 20? "No, it's Lin Xian." Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were full of murderous intent and hatred. Hearing this, the others were shocked as well. Fear appeared on their faces. They clearly remembered the life and death battle from before. Lin Xian wielded the Lone Star Sword and killed Yan Qingfeng instantly. Most people believed that Lin Xian's victory was due to his half-Earth Step artifact. However, weapons were also a part of a martial artist's strength. As long as the Lone Star Sword was with Lin Xian, no one dared to touch him. "Damn it, I can't take this lying down." Lone Wolf roared. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. "Boss, I have an idea. We can definitely make Lin Xian die outside." "What idea?" "Quick." Lone Wolf asked. "Let's tell the Yan family that Lin Xian is outside. With the Yan family's anger, they won't let him go. No one can touch him in the college. However, once he's out of the college, with the Yan family's strength, it'll be easy for them to kill him. Even if he has the Lone Star Sword, he won't be able to resist." "Good idea. Let's do that." Lone Wolf sneered. "Lin Xian, how dare you provoke me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The few of them moved and disappeared like lightning. 3 days later, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the Ice Spirit Valley. Soon, he arrived at the Ice Spirit Valley again. This time, other than Icicle, there were a few more figures in the valley. One of them was red all over, as if flames were dancing around. It was very eye-catching in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian knew this red figure. It was Dongfang Phoenix, who was a freshman like him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted Icicle Fairy and Dongfang Phoenix. Chapter 853. The other two were equally powerful. One of them wore a purple robe and had a pale face, as if he had not seen the sun for many days. What was even more peculiar was that his eyes were also purple and filled with a sense of mystery. The other person was a tall and burly young man. The purple-eyed young man was called Yi Yen, ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. The burly young man was called Yang Lin, ranked 36th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Bing Ling nodded slightly at Lin Xian and introduced the other two. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian and said, "This is the last member of our team, Lin Xian. I believe you guys are familiar with him." "Ha, Brother Lin, how can I not be familiar with you? The battle of life and death that day was amazing." Yang Lin laughed. Indeed, almost everyone in the college knew who Lin Xian was. After all, the battle of life and death a few days ago was still fresh in everyone's minds. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky to obtain a half-Earth rank weapon." Beside him, Dongfang Phoenix rolled her beautiful eyes and snorted softly. Yi Yan and the rest also looked behind Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. "Junior Brother Lin, our mission this time is to search for treasures. It's better to keep a low profile. If you carry the Lone Star Sword like this, I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of unnecessary trouble." Bing Ling frowned. "I'm really sorry. Due to cultivation, I can't put away the Lone Star Sword for the time being." Lin Xian apologized. "How about this? I'll wrap the Lone Star Sword with a cloth to cover its appearance. That should help us avoid some trouble. How about this? I have a veil made of heavenly sand that can block soul detection. If you wrap the Lone Star Sword with it, it'll definitely be safe," Bing Ling said. "Heavenly sand. Blocks soul detection. That's a good thing." Hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. Heavenly sand was something that could block soul detection. Naturally, it was a good thing. They did not expect Bing Ling to give it to Lin Xian. Bing Ling waved her hand and a square blue scarf that was 1 meter long floated out and landed in Lin Xian's hand. "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Xian took it and smiled. "Senior sister, I have a small spatial teleportation platform. I'll give it to you now." Finished speaking, Lin Xian took out a profound jade platform. Since the other party was willing to give him a treasure that could isolate his divine sense, he naturally couldn't accept it empty-handed. Thus, he planned to use the profound jade pedestal to exchange for it. Spatial teleportation. Everyone was shocked once again, and their eyes burned with passion. They never thought that Lin Xian would actually have such a treasure on him. At a critical moment, this kind of thing could save his life. Bing Ling paused for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you, Junior Brother Lin. I'll take it." Her smile was like a melting ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, causing the world to lose its color. Even Lin Xian was momentarily dazed. He had to admit that Bing Ling was definitely a peerless beauty. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Lin Xian used the heavenly quicksand to wrap the Lone Star Sword. Then, he wrapped it with a layer of black cloth before carrying it on his back. This way, not only could he comprehend the Lone Star Sword, but it could also isolate the senses of others to avoid trouble. Everyone is almost ready. Let's go. Bing Ling kept her smile and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded and moved quickly. The 5 of them formed a team and flew out of the Immortal Martial Academy. Our destination this time is the Blackwater River. It's relatively close to the center of the Blood region. At this speed, we can reach it in about 10 days. Flying like this consumes too much spiritual energy. Why don't we use it? Lin Xian waved his sleeves and patted his demonic beast pouch. Instantly, a golden figure appeared. Then, it grew bigger with the wind and turned into a golden divine condor that was dozens of feet long. Demon General. What a sharp demon chi. Everyone was moved when they saw the golden divine condor. Let's all get on. After all, 10 days of traveling will consume a lot of energy. Bing Ling said. Then, her figure flashed and she appeared on the back of the golden divine condor. The others also jumped and got on the golden divine condor. The 5 of them sat cross-legged on the back of the golden divine condor. Next, Bing Ling started to explain the treasure hunting mission. First, their destination this time, the Blackwater River. This was a very mysterious area and it was very famous in the Blood region. It was said that thousands of years ago, countless experts fought a great battle near the Blackwater River. As for the reason of the battle, no one remembered. However, that battle was very tragic and it was recorded in history. Countless experts fell and blood flowed like a river. The blood that flowed into the river turned into black water. It was only because of such strange occurrences that the Blackwater River became famous. Those experts fell far behind. Their treasures, storage rings, and other treasures all fell near the Blackwater River. In these hundreds of years, there were lucky people who obtained powerful inheritances or treasures near the Blackwater River, changing their fates. Therefore, the Blackwater River became the treasure hunting ground for everyone. Our mission this time is also at the Blackwater River. According to the information, this should be a treasure cave left behind by an 8th heaven venerable, Bing Ling said. The Blackwater River is not just a river. It's a vast area, Bing Ling said slowly. Bing Ling said slowly, let's go to Blackwater City first. That's the biggest city within 10,000 miles. The city lord of the Blackwater City was a 4th heaven venerable. He could be considered an overlord in this area. As Bing Ling explained, the golden divine condor spread its wings and flew quickly in the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. About 7 or 8 days later, the outline of a huge city appeared. It was like a wild beast entrenched on the ground. We'll land in the Blackwater City first. Everyone, take a rest and collect information, Bing Ling said. After all, we're not the only team in the Blackwater City. There might be other forces with the same goal as us. Therefore, we must be prepared. He was very comprehensive. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of treasure hunting mission. Lin Xian and the others had no objections. They all nodded in agreement. Then, the 5 of them left the golden divine condor and flew into the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and called the golden divine condor back. He followed the others and landed in front of the city. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It was an extremely majestic city. It was completely black and exuded a murderous aura. The city was huge and did not seem to be any weaker than Windy City. At the city gate, martial artists came and went in an endless stream. Most of them came to the Blackwater River to hunt for treasures. Let's go in, Bing Ling said softly. Then, he took the lead. Lin Xian and the others followed behind him. They paid the spiritual stones and entered the Blackwater City. The city was even more prosperous. There were all kinds of materials. Yi Yan and the others were okay. After all, they were seniors and had been to many places. However, it was Dongfang Phoenix's first time in such a city. Her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 854. Great! Thank you, Senior Sister Bingling. Dongfang Fenghuang was excited. Although their attributes were completely different and even countered each other, there was not much friction between the two. Instead, there was a special closeness between them. This made Lin Xian and the others very surprised. One should know that water and fire were incompatible. Ice and fire were even more incompatible. However, the two beauties were talking and laughing at this moment, which obviously broke their understanding. Strange, this is really strange. The burly young man, Yang Lin, shook his head and said. Lin Xian also smiled faintly. He glanced around and then nodded slightly. It seemed that Bing Ling was right. Although these places were noisy and had many materials, most of them were not useful to them. Or rather, they were not interested in them at all. He wondered what good places there were in the depths of Blackwater City that even Bing Ling was interested in. Lin Xian was a little curious. Let's go. Let's find an inn first. The group of people shuttled through Blackwater City and caused quite a stir. Of course, it was not caused by Lin Xian's Lone Star sword. The ancient sword was now completely wrapped up and no one could find it. It was the two beauties in the group who caused the stir, Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang. One of them was as cold as ice and the other was as beautiful as fire. The combination of two completely different styles created a spectacular visual impact. Many people stopped and looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang with eyes full of passion. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the numerous fiery gazes. It seemed that no matter where one was, regardless of one's cultivation level, beauty and power were the goals that everyone pursued. After finding an inn, Bing Ling led the group again and walked towards the inner part of Blackwater City. Looking at how familiar she was, it should not be her first time here. Blackwater City is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The things in the inner city are the real good. The inner city was obviously different from the outer city. There were many warriors with high cultivation guarding the entrance and the entrance fee was several times more expensive than the outer city. Lin Xian and the others paid the spiritual stones and then walked in. Compared to the noisy streets outside, there were obviously a lot fewer martial artists here. However, every single one of those who were able to enter this place was no weakling, and Exalt Realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. If the outer city was said to be a gathering place for martial artists, then the inner city would be a gathering place for elites. There is a very special elixir pavilion in front. Let me show you, Bing Ling said. Xian and the rest followed behind. Soon, they saw a majestic hall in front of them. There were several times more warriors gathered there than in the surroundings. Bing Ling and the others walked into the main hall. Then, she turned around and said to Lin Xian and the others, everyone, find a futon and sit on it. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were no chairs in the hall, only prayer mats. Each prayer mat represented a position, and many of the prayer mats were already seated. Although Lin Xian took a quick glance, he discovered that none of these people were weak. The five of them found 5 futons side by side and sat down. Then, they began to look around carefully. The surrounding people all had different expressions on their faces. Some were talking in low voices while others were resting with their eyes closed as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, a presumptuous laughter rang out in the hall. It was filled with endless temptation as it spread out in all directions. Many people frowned when they heard this voice, but they did not say anything. Lin Xian was very curious. He turned his head and looked to the left. The voice had come from there. There was a girl with a hot figure there. She had a hot figure, a pretty face, and a pair of seductive eyes that could captivate one's soul. Not only that, but she was also wearing very revealing clothes. She only wore a thin purple dress that revealed her slender thighs and the snow-white soft flesh on her chest. On both sides of her were two young men. Their auras were ordinary, and they were only in the spirit-detecting realm. However, they were both very handsome. Such handsome young men should have been pursued by thousands of girls, but at this moment, they were like servants trying their best to please the seductive girl. The seductive girl had a look of enjoyment on her face as she teased the two handsome young men. From time to time, she would let out extremely seductive sounds. Behind the seductive girl sat an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her eyes were slightly closed as if she was asleep. However, Lin Xian keenly noticed that the old woman was emitting a faint aura that surrounded the seductive girl. It seemed that the old woman with a head full of white hair was the seductive girl's guardian. Humph! Seeing this indecent scene, Dongfang Fenghuang coldly snorted. She was obviously very angry. Yang Lin, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. That's the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, Bingling explained in a low voice. The daughter of the Blackwater City Lord. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They did not expect the seductive girl to be the daughter of the city lord. That's right. Look at the black dragon on her chest. That's the symbol of the Blackwater City Lord's mansion. Not only that, but the old woman behind her is also a third heavenly layer exalted. She has the symbol of the City Lord's mansion and is being protected by a third heaven venerable. I'm afraid that in the entire Blackwater City, only the daughter of the City Lord can receive such treatment. Bing Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. It was obvious that she was very disgusted by the seductive girl's behavior. I didn't expect the people from the Iron Sword sect to be here too. Yi Yan also exclaimed at this moment. Purple light flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian looked over and saw a group of warriors carrying iron swords on their backs in front of him to the right. They were of different ages. The oldest was an old man and the youngest was a young man. These people wore different clothes and had different expressions. However, all of them carried iron swords on their backs. They also carried a sharp aura that belonged to swordsmen. The Iron Sword Sect. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the warriors. As a swordsman, he could feel their strength. Moreover, they were the few swordsmen that he had seen who carried long swords on their backs. Generally, martial artists would have storage rings. Weapons and such would be placed in the storage ring, and would only be taken out during battle. However, the people from the Iron Sword sect carried their long swords on their backs. It was indeed unique. However, Lin Xian soon felt relieved. He then shook his head slightly. He was also carrying a treasure sword on his back. If not for the sky quicksand, he would have attracted the attention of these people. Is the Iron Sword sect very powerful? Dongfang Fenghuang asked, puzzled. Within 10,000 miles of the Blackwater River, there are three most powerful forces. They are the Blackwater City, the Iron Sword sect, and the Huangfu clan. These three forces occupy different areas. They usually don't interact with each other. Now that the people from the Iron Sword sect have come to the Blackwater City, they must be here for the treasure. Perhaps these people have received some information. Chapter 855. Sure enough, the Huangfu family is here too. Bing Ling's voice was solemn. Lin Xian turned his head and saw another group of people coming from the entrance. These people looked arrogant and their bodies were shrouded in a layer of yellow light, exuding a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He strode in, came to the futon at the front and sat down quickly. Seeing these people's confident and domineering behavior, Lin Xian knew that they must be from the Huangfu family. He did not expect that the three major forces of Blackwater City would appear here at the same time. What is in this hall? How can it attract people from the three major forces? Lin Xian was very curious. Bing Ling and the others looked solemn. They realized that this treasure hunt might be more difficult than they had imagined. After about 30 minutes, a group of people came out from the depths of the hall and walked to the crystal platform in front of the futon. Suddenly, all the cultivators in the hall opened their eyes and looked forward with fervent gazes. Some cultivators even trembled with excitement. It looked like an auction, but according to Bing Ling, it should be an elixir store. Lin Xian frowned slightly. What is this so-called elixir store doing? In front, an old man with a sage-like demeanor walked slowly to the crystal platform. He glanced around and then laughed loudly. Friends, sorry to keep you waiting. I am Gong Sun Gu. I think you all know me. First of all, thank you for coming to Jade Hall Elixir Store. Your wait will not be in vain. You will definitely get what you want here. Is Jade Hall Elixir Store very famous? Dongfang Phoenix asked. Of course. Jade Hall Elixir Store has a powerful force behind it. It seems to be related to Green Hill Chamber of Commerce. Although the three major forces of Blackwater City are powerful, they dare not provoke Jade Hall Elixir Store. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder when Gong Sun Gu and the others came out, even the daughter of the governor of Blackwater City restrained herself. On the crystal platform, the old man named Gong Sun Gu introduced and said solemnly, Next, we will get down to business. With that, he waved his sleeve and a palm-sized pill bottle appeared on the crystal platform. The old man smiled and slowly opened the bottle. Immediately, a strong pill fragrance floated out. Not only that, the pill fragrance wafted in the air, forming a 3-foot-tall green demonic beast phantom. It was incomparably ferocious and lifelike. This is... Dongfang Fenghuang and the others were astonished, their mouths agape. Lin Xian's eyes also narrowed as a light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that the level of alchemy in this place would be so high. The cyan shadow above the pill bottle was clearly the manifestation of the pill fragrance. This kind of method was not just a matter of the grade of the pill. The quality of the pill was even more important. It was clear that the pills in front of him were all very high-grade pills, regardless of their grade or quality. At this moment, Old Man Gong Sun also spoke. Everyone, this medicinal pellet is called the Cyan Spirit Pellet. It is concocted using the Cyan Spirit Beast's monstrous core. After taking this pill, it can greatly increase a martial artist's speed. It can double a martial artist's speed within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This is definitely a rare medicinal pill. I hope that everyone will consider it carefully and not miss this golden opportunity. Hearing this, many people were shocked and their expressions changed. Doubling one's speed was an incredible thing. One should know that if one's speed suddenly increased during a battle, it could definitely catch one's opponent off guard. Moreover, increasing one's speed was usually something that could only be done by secret techniques. However, a medicinal pill could solve this problem. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. If one could greatly increase one's speed, it would definitely increase one's strength. At this moment, Old Man Gong Sun looked at the lively scene below and chuckled. The starting price of the Cyan Spirit Pellet is 5 million spiritual stones. The bidding starts now. Bidding. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that these medicinal pills would be sold in an auction. However, the others in the hall were used to it. As soon as Old Man Gong Sun finished speaking, someone began to bid. Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes moved as she listened to the rising price. She was very surprised. She did not expect a small medicinal pill to be auctioned for nearly 10 million spiritual stones. In the end, the cyan spirit pellet was bought by a slightly plump middle-aged man at the price of 10.5 million spiritual stones. Next, old man Gongsun took out another medicinal pill and started the auction. Every single one of these pills had a unique effect, and it was truly amazing. Lin Xian looked at the lively scene in the hall and narrowed his eyes. However, he did not intend to make a move. He knew that behind the miraculous effects of these medicinal pills, there should be significant side effects. After all medicinal pills had side effects. Everything was relative. When one obtained something, he would also have to pay a price. Therefore, only when one's own strength was the most reliable. Bing Ling and the others did not make a move as well. Although the medicinal pills before were miraculous, they were not interested in them. One should know that these people were all favored by the gods. Perhaps only those extremely unique items could make them make a move. Everyone, the next medicinal pill is very rare. Someone spent a lot of effort to obtain it from the Blackwater River. According to our appraisal, this medicinal pill should be refined by an alchemy grandmaster. An alchemy grandmaster. Hearing this, everyone gasped and looked forward with a burning gaze. A person who could be called an alchemy grandmaster was definitely not an ordinary person. Even Lin Xian sat up straight. There was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. An alchemy grandmaster. That was his goal. On the crystal stage, old man Gongsun took out a white jade box and held it carefully in his hands. The white jade box was very small. It was about half the size of a palm. It was white and flawless and emitted a faint light. Disregarding everything else, this box alone was a rare treasure. In the next moment, old man Gongsun opened the white jade box and revealed a medicinal pill the size of a longan fruit. The pill was crimson in color, and its surface was covered with dense vein patterns, as if they were intertwined to form a strange pattern. However, the inscriptions were already rather dim, and even the pill was dim and lustreless. If not for the fact that it was placed in the white jade box, almost no one would think that it was a medicinal pill. Seeing this scene, many people revealed puzzled expressions. The appearance of this medicinal pill was much worse than the previous ones. Everyone, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Old man Gongsun gestured for everyone to quiet down. Then, he said loudly. Don't underestimate this medicinal pill. According to our deduction, this medicinal pill should be able to increase a martial artist's vitality. As everyone knows, vitality is very important to a martial artist. It can be said that it is the foundation. Only with a strong vitality can one go further. Increase vitality. Old man Gongsun. It is true that vitality is the foundation of a martial artist, but what grade is this medicinal pill? How much vitality can it increase? Can you explain it clearly? Chapter 856. Hearing this, the others nodded. They also wanted to know how much qi and blood this pill could increase. As expected of a powerhouse from the Huangfu family. You're really thoughtful. Old man Gongsun laughed. This pill was dug up from an ancient ruin. As for its effects, we've invited a 6th-grade alchemist to examine it, but he didn't find out its exact effects. However, that 6th-grade alchemist strongly recommended it. He believed that this pill was refined by an alchemist who surpassed him. Alright, let's start the auction. The starting price is 3 million spiritual stones. Old man Gongsun said quickly. Below, the crowd booed. This was obviously a trap. Although the pill was crowned with the title of a 6th-grade alchemist, who would buy it if they couldn't even confirm its effects? Most people shook their heads and ignored it. However, there was also a small group of people who revealed interested gazes. Among them, there was a martial artist who offered 4 million to try his luck. There were also some warriors who didn't lack money who wanted to hide this pill book so that they could show it off in the future. Therefore, there were a few people bidding in the entire hall. However, when the price reached 5 million spiritual stones, the number of people bidding suddenly decreased. After all, they weren't fools. Although they wanted to buy it, they wouldn't spend too many spiritual stones. 5 million spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? On the crystal platform, Old Man Gongsun said with a smile. This price had already exceeded his expectations. After all, even they didn't know the exact effects of this pill. It was already good enough that it could be sold. Lin Xian looked at the dim pill on the crystal platform and narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't confirm the exact effects of this pill, based on his experience and the knowledge he learned from Wine Lord, Lin Xian could conclude that this pill was definitely not simple. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might be a useless pill with unknown effects. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, this was definitely something good. 5,500,000. Lin Xian said calmly. Originally, Old Man Gongsun had already wanted to finalize the auction, but now, someone actually increased the price, which was really out of his expectations. Not only him, but all the cultivators in the hall were whispering to each other. Many people turned their heads, wanting to see just which prodigal son was spending so much money to buy a pill whose effects they didn't know. Xiao Mei, the daughter of the city lord of Blackwater City, also turned her head and stared at Lin Xian and the others. Her delicate and beautiful face revealed a trace of seductiveness. Her cherry lips were slightly opened, and her delicate tongue was quickly licking her lips. That action was extremely seductive. Many people saw this scene and immediately felt a ball of evil fire rising in their lower abdomens, as if they could not control it. Damn it! Many martial artists snorted and quickly circulated their spirit energy to suppress the evil in their bodies. Hee, what a handsome young man. The seductive woman looked at Lin Xian, Yi Yan, and the others with a seductive smile. She cultivated an evil skill that specialized in absorbing men's yang qi, and a man's yang qi was related to his qi, blood, and cultivation. Perhaps others could not feel it, but this seductive woman cultivated a skill that could clearly sense the vigorous qi and blood in Lin Xian and the others, like a furnace of heaven and earth. Any one of them was far more powerful than the two handsome young men beside her. If I can get these three, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The seductive woman was excited and wanted to catch Lin Xian and the others and throw them on the bed immediately. What are you looking at? Yang Lin snorted, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the void. He was very disgusted by the seductive woman's gaze. Yi Yan also did not say a word, but a purple light flickered in his eyes, with a chill. He also did not have a good impression of the seductive woman. However, Lin Xian did not show any dissatisfaction. He just glanced at her indifferently, and then directly ignored her. Although she used a seductive technique, it was not difficult for him. Not only are you handsome, but you also have a unique personality. The seductive woman laughed wantonly, and the soft flesh on her chest jiggled. Elder sister, I love this kind of young man with a unique personality. Then, she turned to the crystal platform and said coquettishly, 6 million spirit stones. What kind of elixir is that? This princess wants it. 6 million. Everyone was shocked again. As expected of the city lord's daughter, she was so generous. Spending 6 million spirit stones to buy a useless elixir of unknown use was really a big deal. Old Man Gongsun was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and squinted his eyes. How could he not understand the situation in front of him? It seemed that the infamous city lord's daughter had taken a fancy to Lin Xian and the others. The city lord's daughter, Xiao Mei, was famous for her debauchery. None of the young martial artists that she took a fancy to could escape from her evil clutches. The three young men were probably in danger. However, this had nothing to do with old man Gongsun. What he wanted to do was to sell the elixir at a high price. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and he frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also surprised by the other party's sudden increase in price. One had to know that not long ago, he had spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy the Lone Star Sword. Now, he did not have many spirit stones left. If the other party insisted on raising the price, it would be troublesome. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Xiao Mei's smile grew wider. What a handsome face. Even when he frowned, he looked so good. She did not care about everyone's gazes at her and directly flirted with Lin Xian. Humph. Beside her, Dongfang Fenghuang snorted coldly. She had a fiery temper and could not stand such a shameless woman. Therefore, she also bid 6,500,000. Instantly, the surrounding people's expressions became rich. They had already noticed the girl in red. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, they were both stunning. She was far more beautiful than Xiao Mei. At this moment, her bid attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people were speculating about the relationship between the girl in red and Lin Xian. Even the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others. When they saw Dongfang Fenghuang in her fiery red light armor, they were instantly shocked. This was because they realized that she had the powerful aura of an honorable one. Not only that, but the people around the fiery red girl also had powerful auras. Each of them was above the level of an honorable one. Where did this group of people come from? The two major forces were solemn. Xiao Mei's expression froze as well. Then, her face turned extremely ugly. She was the daughter of the governor. No one in Blackwater City dared to go against her. Moreover, the other party was also a woman. Moreover, her figure and appearance were far superior to hers. This caused a strong sense of jealousy to rise in her heart. 7 million. Xiao Mei's voice carried a hint of coldness. 7,500,000. 8 million. 8,500,000. Dongfang Fenghuang said casually. Her eyes were filled with indifference as if this amount of money was nothing to her. Chapter 857. However, at this moment, the white-haired old woman behind her suddenly reached out and stopped Xiao Mei. She said in a low voice, "Miss, let's forget about it. There's no need to waste money on a useless pill that we don't know what it does. Moreover, the other party's strength is not simple. If we fight, I don't have the confidence to win. We're on a mission this time. Miss, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Hearing that, Xiao Mei snorted loudly. She was obviously very unwilling. However, she did not continue to raise the price. Instead, she looked at Dongfang Phoenix and the others coldly. She decided that if she had the chance, she would destroy the other party's face. Seeing that the other party did not bid, Dongfang Phoenix snorted, "What daughter of the city lord? She's just a woman. If I see her, I'll teach her a lesson." Hearing that, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This girl's temper was really hot. "Do you know the specific effects of that pill?" he asked. "No." Dongfang Phoenix shook her head, "I just don't like the other party. As for that pill, I don't care about it. It's yours." "Fuck." Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Women were really scary creatures. Their thoughts could not be judged by common sense. However, this was not bad. At least he did not have to spend a single cent to get the pill. If that's the case, thank you very much. Lin Xian smiled at Dongfang Phoenix. Alright, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After all, we're here for a mission. It's better to keep a low profile. Bing Ling said. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they agreed. After that, a few more pills were auctioned. However, Lin Xian and the others did not bid this time. Lin Xian looked around and frowned. He realized that the people from the Iron Sword clan and the Huangfu clan did not bid from the beginning to the end. It was as if they were waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious. He did not know what could attract the attention of the two major forces. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually lively. Many people obtained pills that they were satisfied with. At this time, Old Man Gong's son took out another item. It was a very simple and unadorned square box. It was bronze in color and carved with hollow patterns. However, when the ancient bronze box appeared, the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan became excited. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared ahead. Even Xiao Mei, who had always been dissolute, withdrew her charm at this moment. Her entire person became dignified, and the white-haired old woman behind her suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the ancient bronze box slowly open. There was a completely blue pill inside. The pill was the size of a walnut. It was completely round and emitted a faint light. At this moment, the azure pill emitted a rich pill fragrance. The fragrance intertwined in the air, forming a strange pattern. It was as if a blue water dragon had condensed. The blue water dragon circled around and let out a low roar that quickly spread in all directions. What followed was a terrifying pressure. This aura. What terrifying pressure. Just what kind of pill could have such power? Countless people's expressions changed. They felt as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. One should know that most of the people present were honorables. They were powerful, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure. One could only imagine how terrifying the blue pill was. At this moment, countless people looked at the pill in front of them and swallowed their saliva. This pill. Dongfang Phoenix also looked over in surprise. She finally found something that shocked her. This aura is too powerful. Bing Ling looked ahead and frowned. I'm afraid it was left behind by a king. A king. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. One should know that a king was the most powerful existence in the continent. How could something left behind by a king be ordinary? However, no one could understand why a king's item would appear here. Old Man Gong's son chuckled when he saw everyone's puzzled and passionate gazes. Everyone, this blue pill was found in the depths of the Blackwater River. According to our deduction, this pill was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster who had reached the king realm. A king-level alchemy grandmaster. Could it be King Pillfeather? Instantly, all the martial artists in the hall became excited. Countless people looked ahead with passionate gazes. They couldn't help but be excited. In the great battle of the Blackwater River 1,000 years ago, many experts had fallen. It was said that a king-level alchemy grandmaster had also fallen. King Pillfeather was an extremely powerful Budan martial artist. His attainments in alchemy were superb. However, after his death, no one found his body, nor did anyone find anything related to his inheritance. Many people even thought that the fall of King Pillfeather was just a legend. But now, a pill suspected to be refined by King Pillfeather had appeared. This was enough to make anyone go crazy. I'm sure everyone knows that strange scenes have been happening around the Blackwater River recently. Everyone here is a treasure hunter. I don't need to tell you that this is the sign of a rare treasure. But now, a water dragon pill has appeared. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as they seem. According to our speculation, this rare treasure is very likely left behind by King Pillfeather. Old Man Gong's son's words silenced the entire hall. However, after a while, the crowd became even more excited. Even the people of the three great factions were breathing heavily with fiery gazes. Although they didn't know if Old Man Gong's son was telling the truth, they were all aware of the strange scenes that often appeared around the Blackwater River. Moreover, some people noticed that the scale and frequency of the strange scenes this time were far greater than before. This was enough to show that the rare treasure that had appeared this time wasn't ordinary. Now that the water dragon pill had appeared, it was very likely left behind by King Pillfeather. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became even more rapid. A rare treasure left behind by a king-level alchemy grandmaster was completely different from an ordinary treasure. If this was true, it would shake the entire Blackwater River. Not only were the three major factions shocked, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he scratched his head. Wasn't it said to be a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable? How did it become a king-level treasure? Bing Ling also frowned. It seems the mission information this time was wrong. If it's just a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable, we can still complete it smoothly. But if it really is a king-level treasure, I'm afraid this mission will become abnormally difficult. At that time, all the forces in the Blackwater River would come to snatch it. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although they were all talented martial artists and were powerful, there were only 5 of them. And the local forces had countless martial artists. If they really went all out, they might not be a match. Chapter 858. But that might not be the case. The Elixir Pavilion might have fabricated this information to raise the price, Yi Yen said. After all, the information hasn't been confirmed yet. We can't panic. Yes, let's wait and see. Let's not act rashly. Bing Ling's expression was also serious. Lin Xian and the other 4 whispered to each other. At this moment, the other people in the hall had fallen into a frenzy. Countless people looked forward with burning eyes, staring at the water dragon pill in the bronze box. Although the information hadn't been confirmed yet, if the treasure was really left behind by King Dan Feather, then the water dragon pill was a peerless elixir. Moreover, it was very likely to be related to the treasure. It should be known that once one reached the king realm, their methods were extremely powerful. The elixirs they refined didn't only have the effect of ordinary elixirs. It was very likely that they had other mysterious functions. Thinking of this, countless people's breathing became more rapid. Their eyes were filled with greed. If they could obtain the water dragon pill, their chances of obtaining a king rare treasure would be greatly increased. Once they obtained a king rare treasure, they would soar into the sky and rise. The treasure of a king rare treasure was enough to make them soar. If they were lucky, they might even become another king rare treasure. Seeing the excitement, Old Man Gong's son said with a smile, "The water dragon pill is definitely related to a king rare treasure. However, we don't know the specific relationship between them. However, if you really want to search for the treasure, don't miss this heaven-defying opportunity." That's all for the information. The auction of the water dragon pill is now starting. The starting price is 30 million spiritual stones. It was just a pill, and they didn't even know what it was used for. However, the price was already 30 million spiritual stones. It was dozens of times higher than the previous elixirs. It was truly shocking. However, Old Man Gong's son had absolute confidence. He knew that this pill would definitely be sold for an even higher price. After all, a pill refined by a king rare treasure was definitely not an ordinary one. Moreover, it was related to a king rare treasure, which was extremely important. Therefore, the price of this pill would be sky high. He was very confident about this. 35 million. As soon as old man Gong Sun's voice fell, Xiao Mei's voice quickly sounded. As the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, she was determined to get this pill. 40 million. Although Xiao Mei was the daughter of Blackwater City's Castellan and represented the power of Blackwater City, not everyone was willing to give in to Blackwater City. At the very least, the other two major forces didn't buy their words. The one who bid was the old man from the Iron Sword sect. His voice was like sword chi, buzzing in the air. Damn it! How dare you compete with our Blackwater City? Xiao Mei stomped her feet in anger. She glared fiercely at the other party, but was directly ignored. Others might be afraid of Blackwater City, but Iron Sword faction was not. They were also determined to obtain the Water Dragon pill. 45 million. Someone else made another bid. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu family who was sitting at the front. He bid in a low voice, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. The price suddenly increased by 15 million, causing the surrounding martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Disappointment appeared in their eyes. They knew that with the three major forces intervening, they had no chance of competing at all. It's only 45 million. I'll pay 5, Dongfang Fenghuang was about to bid, but Lin Xian, who was beside her, was quick to react. He immediately covered her cherry lips. Boo-hoo, what are you doing? Dongfang Fenghuang was furious. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Lin Xian. That item is very dangerous. I'm afraid it's not much less tempting than the Lone Star Sword. If we bid for it, we will definitely be targeted by countless people. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Xian was right. Countless people were eyeing the Water Dragon pill, especially the three major forces. They were all determined to get it. If they bid for the Water Dragon pill, they might not even be able to leave Blackwater City. Lin Xian had a deep understanding of this. When he first obtained the Lone Star Sword, he went through an extremely tragic battle. Moreover, if it wasn't for his breakthrough in the Blood Sword inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement so easily. This time, there were even more experts in Blackwater City. There was even a 4th-level Honorable Realm expert like the mayor of Blackwater City who was eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Junior brother Lin is right. Let's just wait and see, Bing Ling said slowly. Boo-hoo, I know. You bastard, take your hand away. Dongfang Fenghuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. If you don't bid, then what do we do? She stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said in a low voice, now we can only wait and see if the king's treasure really appears. If it's not, then it's fine. If it's true, then we can only secretly look for an opportunity. Although the treasure is good, our lives are more important. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Bing Ling also looked at Lin Xian a few more times. She could see that although Lin Xian was young and was a freshman, he was very steady in doing things. It was very rare. Yi Yan and Yang Lin were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so experienced in doing things in addition to his heaven-defying combat strength. You know so much. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted angrily. She kept grinding her little silver teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Although she was angry, she had to admit that Lin Xian's analysis was very reasonable. Without the pressure of competition, Lin Xian and the other 4 were completely relaxed. They looked forward with an expression of watching a show. Now, they just needed to be good spectators. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, the price in the hall had risen to 60 million. This price was absolutely terrifying. It could probably buy countless rare elixirs. However, this price was still not enough to buy the water dragon elixir, 70 million. At this time, a cold voice rang out again. The sudden increase of 10 million caused the martial artists in the hall to exclaim in surprise. The bidder was the elder from the Iron Sword sect. His eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a big force, he raised the price by 10 million. He was indeed rich and overbearing. Xiao Mei was very angry. The pair of jade rabbits in front of her chest kept shaking as if they were about to jump out. She said in the same gloomy manner, "Elder Su, I like this elixir very much. Why don't you give it to me?" Ha! The elder from the Iron Sword sect called Elder Su laughed. "Miss Xiao, you must be joking. What doesn't Blackwater City have? You want to compete with an old man like me for an elixir? I think it should be Miss Xiao who gives it to an old man like me." "Humph. I want this water dragon elixir." Xiao Mei snorted. "I want this elixir." Chapter 859. 80 million. Xiao Mei said coldly. Her tone carried an aura that said she was determined to win. Hearing this, Elder Su from the Iron Sword clan's face darkened. Judging by the other party's attitude, they were going to fight to the death with him. 130 million. A confident voice rang out. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan. He said loudly, "Since the two of you are fighting so fiercely, why don't you add me in?" The Huangfu clan would not give up on the water dragon pill either. The three forces competed with each other and kept raising the price. Soon, it reached 500 million. This price made all the cultivators in the hall feel powerless. Many of them gasped. They might not be able to earn so many spiritual stones in their lifetime. But now, the three great clans had bid 500 million for a pill whose authenticity was unknown. It was truly shocking. Damn it, those two old bastards. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Her pretty little face was ferocious. In Blackwater City, no one had ever dared to compete with her. Now, not only were the two forces fighting with her, but they also looked like they would not give up until they got their hands on the item. This drove her crazy. However, Xiao Mei had no other choice. The other party's forces were not any weaker than hers. Even if she threatened them, it was useless. She could only continue bidding. Moreover, Blackwater City must get their hands on this pill. Before she left, her father had told her that she must get her hands on the water dragon pill no matter what the price was. At this moment, Elder Su from the Iron Sword sect started laughing. 600 million. This is the highest price that the Iron Sword clan can offer. If the two of you can surpass this price, the Iron Sword clan will stop bidding. 600 million. The crowd was shocked. In an instant, the price had increased by another 100 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan's eyes flickered. On the other hand, Xiao Mei stood up abruptly, her delicate and seductive face looking somewhat sinister. She took a deep breath and said coldly, 700 million. In the main hall, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The price had increased by another 100 million. This meant that the water dragon pill had reached a sky-high price. Fuck, this price is comparable to a half-Earth rank artifact. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva. He's really rich. Lin Xian also sighed. One had to know that he had spent all of his wealth to buy the Lone Star sword. But now, In order to compete for a pill of unknown use, the three great forces had actually offered a price equivalent to a half-Earth step treasure. It was indeed amazing. The price of 700 million reverberated throughout the hall, causing the originally lively scene to become somewhat quiet. Even Elder Sue, who had been all smiles earlier, had shut his mouth at this moment. His expression was somewhat ugly. He had previously said that 600 million was the highest price that the Iron Sword sect could offer. Now that the other party had unhesitatingly offered 700 million, they were unable to bid any further. Moreover, this was the trump card of Blackwater City. The other party must have endless financial support. If they continued to compete like this, there would be no result. Therefore, Elder Sue was prepared to give up. Similarly, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan didn't raise the price either. On the crystal platform, Old Man Gongsun was overjoyed to see this. The water dragon pill was indeed dug out from the depths of the Blackwater River. However, they weren't too sure about its specific use. Everything that they had said before was just speculation. However, the three great clans had fought over it until their heads bled. The price of 700 million had long exceeded his expectations. He couldn't wait to finalize the auction and sell the pill. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, Old Man Gongsun asked 3 more times before finalizing the auction. The final winner was Xiao Mei from Blackwater City. Blackwater City is indeed generous. They spent 700 million on a pill of unknown use. This old man is truly impressed. I hope this treasure is real. Otherwise, if it's just an ordinary treasure, you'll suffer a great loss. Ha ha ha. Old Monster Sue's words were sarcastic as he spoke to Xiao Mei in a sinister manner. Then, he left with the people from the Iron Sword sect. The middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan snorted coldly and also left with his clan members. Xiao Mei looked at the backs of the two great forces as they left. The corners of her mouth curled into a devilish smile. Two old things, how dare you compete with me? You're courting death. Sooner or later, you'll be trampled under the feet of my Black Dragon City. Her expression was filled with boundless arrogance, as if Blackwater City had already obtained the king's treasure. The auction is almost over. Let's go. Bing Ling turned around and said to Lin Xian and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded. Then, they stood up and walked out. Seeing that Lin Xian and the rest had left, Xiao Mei once again revealed a hint of seduction. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a strong little fresh meat. I wonder how it tastes. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She even let out an extremely seductive moan. Grandma Silver, help me check the identities of these people. Especially those 3 young men. With such superb young energy, I can't let them escape. The white-haired old woman nodded slightly with the help of her walking stick. Then, her body swayed and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from the spot. Xiao Mei chuckled. She swayed her hips and walked in another direction. That direction was where the city lord's estate was located. Not long after, the originally bustling and crowded hall became empty again. All the cultivators had left. The news of the water dragon pill and the king's treasure spread like the wind in Blackwater City. Countless cultivators were shocked and went crazy. The king's treasure was a super treasure that had never appeared before. Everyone's heart trembled, and their expressions went crazy. It couldn't be helped. These words were too tempting. The king's treasure was the strongest existence known to the continent. The treasures they left behind were absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever obtained them would have the opportunity to break through to the king's realm. This temptation was too fatal. Because entering the king's realm was something that every cultivator dreamed of. After all, the king's realm was the strongest existence on the continent. They were the true overlords that ruled the world. If nothing unexpected happened, a king's realm could easily live up to 3,000 years old. No matter if it was strength or lifespan, they far surpassed the venerable realm. So, as soon as the news of the king's treasure spread, the entire Blackwater city fell into madness, and countless powers started to take action in secret. Compared to the madness in Blackwater City, Lin Xian and the others seemed to be much quieter. In a room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He held the crimson-red pill that he'd obtained during the day and carefully observed it. This pill was completely crimson-red. There were pill markings carved on it, and it seemed to be slightly dim and lustreless. He carefully studied it for a long time and noticed that this pill was indeed capable of improving one's vitality. Moreover, its effects weren't bad. However, the pill markings on it caused him to be slightly surprised. Even though it was dim and lustreless, the pill markings still revealed a trace of faint mysterious energy. Chapter 860. Lin Xian was already a 5th-grade alchemist. If he gave it his all, he could even refine 6th-grade pills. However, he was still shocked by the pill veins in front of him. He couldn't figure it out. The dark red divine dragon also ran out and stared at the elixir. "Kid, I advise you not to take this pill for now. Wait until you repair the pill veins. At that time, the pill's effect will increase by a few hundred times. Repair the pill veins." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this was a feasible method. However, this process might take a long time because the pill veins were too profound. He needed to repair them bit by bit. Looks like this is the only way. Lin Xian held the pill in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Waves of powerful spiritual energy gushed out and swiftly entered the scarlet red pill. Just like that, he began to repair the pill veins. At the same time, in Blackwater City's City Lord's mansion, Xiao Mei stood proudly in a majestic hall. In front of her was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man had a square face and deep eyes. His black robe was embroidered with 3 golden dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. As he stood there, he exuded an unparalleled aura of power. This dignified middle-aged man was Blackwater City's City Lord, Xiao Li. At the same time, he was also a 4th-level venerable. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Xiao Li held the ancient bronze box in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he opened the ancient bronze box, revealing the azure pill within. That's right. This water dragon pill was refined by King Pillfeather. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled as he looked at the azure pill. Hearing this, Xiao Mei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 700 million spiritual stones hadn't been spent in vain. Then, the rare treasure that appeared this time is also a king's treasure. Xiao Mei's voice trembled. It should be. Xiao Li picked up the water dragon pill and placed it in his hand. He smiled faintly. With this pill, King Pillfeather's treasure will definitely be ours. My hiding here for nearly 100 years was not in vain. Finally, the king's treasure is here. If I can successfully complete this mission, my position in the palace will definitely be greatly improved. Xiao Li's face was filled with joy. What will the palace master reward us this time? Xiao Mei was also extremely excited. Don't worry, Mei. Do you still need to doubt the palace lord's reward? If I can complete this mission, I will definitely break through to the 5th heaven of Venerable Realm. When the time comes, you can get whatever kind of yang qi you want. Really? That's great. Xiao Mei was overjoyed, and the charm on her face became even stronger. However, father, it's not just us. The people from Iron Sword Sect and the Huangfu family have come as well. Furthermore, once they receive the news, they will definitely take action, said Xiao Mei worriedly. Iron Sword Sect, Huangfu Clan. Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of the plan and the fact that we can't reveal our identities, with the power of the Palace of Gods of War, we would be able to kill them instantly. Father, why isn't the Palace of War taking action? If they take action, wouldn't the king's treasure be easily obtained? It's not as simple as you think. Shaoli said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that the Palace of Gods of War has already been sealed. There might be a terrifying battle happening there. As long as Palace Master Duan wins, we will be the heroes of the Palace of Gods of War. At that time, when Palace Master Duan rules the world, we will also be able to dominate a region. Hearing this, Xiao Mei nodded, and her eyes were filled with joy. Oh right, a few powerful young men with unknown identities came to Blackwater City today. I sent Granny Silver to investigate and found out that they are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. I'm afraid they are here to search for treasures. Immortal Martial Academy. Just a few young disciples. They won't be able to stir up any waves. Shaoli smiled in disdain. However, he immediately asked, do those people know about the water dragon pill and the king's treasure? Yes. Xiao Mei nodded. Then we can't let them live. Although they are not a threat, if they spread the news back to the Immortal Martial Academy and attract some old monsters, then things will be bad. Father, what do you mean? Kill them. We can't let those old monsters from the Immortal Martial Academy come. Okay. Father, there are 3 young men with yang qi that I like. I'll bring my men and act now. Xiao Mei licked her lips, and an impatient look appeared on her face. Don't be in such a hurry. We can't act in Blackwater City. There are too many people here. If the news spreads and the Immortal Martial Academy knows that we are the culprits, then things will be troublesome. After they leave the city, act immediately. Don't leave a single one alive. As for the yang qi you mentioned, you can do whatever you want with them. But after this, you must kill them. Shaoli's voice was ice-cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. I will suck them dry one by one. The yang qi of 3 paragons will definitely allow my cultivation to break through again. Xiao Mei's voice echoed in the great hall. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, Lin Xian and the rest left Blackwater City and headed towards the Blackwater River. Blackwater City was a city in the Blackwater River basin, and it was still quite a distance away from the real Blackwater River. They didn't waste any time. They had to set off quickly and act in advance. However, what made them helpless was that the news of the king's treasure seemed to have spread out. Countless cultivators were like locusts, heading towards the Blackwater River. In the sky, cultivators flew past from time to time. Their powerful auras were like shooting stars, streaking across the horizon. There were even some forces that formed small teams to search for treasures, and they quickly headed towards the Blackwater River. Let's speed up too. We have to reach the Blackwater River as soon as possible. Otherwise, when we arrive, there won't even be ashes left. Bing Ling said in a deep voice. Lin Xian and the rest increased their speed. Like streaks of light, they rushed towards the sky. However, not long after they left, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out from the void. Several figures were like ghosts, chasing after them rapidly. Lin Xian and the rest were powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a 3rd heaven paragon. Therefore, their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of most cultivators. However, even so, after a day of rushing, they still didn't reach the Blackwater River. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the rest had no choice but to stop and rest. This was because although they didn't reach the Blackwater River, they weren't far away. This area was often frequented by powerful demonic beasts. Traveling at night would easily lead to death. Therefore, for safety's sake, Bing Ling decided to rest for the time being. They would set off after daybreak. A bonfire rose in the forest. It bloomed with dancing flames, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xian and the rest sat cross-legged around the bonfire. Yang Lin even took out food from his storage ring and started eating. Although at their level, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't eat or drink for a long time, the temptation of delicious food wasn't something that anyone could resist. Chapter 861. Lin Xian knew that there were all sorts of demonic beasts lurking in the dark forest, including some powerful demon generals. If one were to sense it carefully, they would realize that there were traces of blood qi brewing in the air of this area. Through Bing Ling's explanation, Lin Xian realized that the blood qi was left behind from the extremely tragic battle thousands of years ago. Although thousands of years had passed, the blood and corpses of those powerhouses had not disappeared. Instead, they were buried deep under the ground. That was why the forest was shrouded in a faint blood qi. The bonfire flickered, and the weak flames became fireflies in the dark night, attracting the attention of countless martial artists. Many people rushed over. When they saw the beautiful faces of Murong Qingqing and Dongfang Fenghuang, as well as their proud figures, many people's eyes turned red, and evil flames rose in their bodies. In their opinion, how powerful could these young men be? If they wanted to capture them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As long as they caught them, the two beautiful girls would be at their mercy. Therefore, many martial artists could not resist and quickly attacked. However, after a few screams, no one dared to make a move. They did not even dare to stay. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that a second-level honorable martial artist was split in half by the beautiful girl. Her strength was too terrifying. Only a third-level honorable martial artist could kill a second-level honorable martial artist with a single strike. The young men in front of them actually had the strength of a third-level honorable martial artist. This was too shocking. Retreat. Countless martial artists' expressions changed drastically, and they all fled, not daring to stay any longer. This time, the area finally quieted down. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Yang Lin will be on guard tonight, Bing Ling said. Soon, Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged and closed their eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Yang Lin continued to lower his head, drink wine, and eat meat. However, this time, countless rays of light bloomed from his body and quickly scattered in all directions, forming a huge shadow of a golden bell that enveloped everyone. In the dark forest, it was better to be careful. With the protection of a golden seed, everyone's safety would be increased significantly. In the latter half of the night, the entire forest quieted down. At that time, the roaring beasts seemed to be tired and had returned to their nests to rest. Only gusts of chilly wind blew in all directions, rustling the branches of the trees. At this moment, several cold gazes were fixed on Lin Xian and the others from the unseen darkness. Like ghosts in the dark, these people floated in the forest. It was very strange. The void rippled, and an alluring figure walked out. That was a dazzling woman. Her slender thighs and snow-white chest were all exposed, making her look incomparably flirtatious. Her delicate face was filled with boundless charm. Her eyes seemed to be able to draw out a man's most primitive desires. This woman was naturally Xiao Mei. She looked at the 5 figures in front of her and revealed a charming smile. Silver Granny, how are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We can make a move at any time, an old woman with a head full of white hair said in a low voice. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Remember, I want him alive. The seductive look in Xiao Mei's eyes intensified. This time, I'm going to suck them dry. Granny Silver nodded slightly, then waved her walking stick and shouted, "Do it." Suddenly, countless black figures rushed out from behind her like ghosts. The void rippled without any sound. It was extremely strange. The void rippled, and countless crows attacked Lin Xian and the others. Boom! A low sound was heard. The crows collided with the golden bell, causing it to vibrate violently. In the next moment, Yang Lin suddenly raised his head. His body emitted light as he punched out. The air in front of him was sucked dry. Countless crows were blown apart, and a vacuum appeared. At the same time, he whistled and quickly woke up Lin Xian and the others. There's a situation. When Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw the crows covering the sky, his face turned grave. These are blood crows. They live by eating the flesh and blood of martial artists. Although their individual attacks are not very strong, when gathered together, they are a very terrifying force. Bing Ling said in a low voice, "In the past, a third-level honorable died in the hands of these blood crows." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They looked at the black figures around them with grave expressions. At the same time, Yang Lin reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. The golden bell is about to break." Indeed, not long after, the golden bell broke into pieces. The blood crows were like demons as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. "You're courting death." Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his arm and a sword chi slashed forward. Poof! The blood crows fell and turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood was devoured by the surrounding blood crows. At the same time, their eyes shone with a bloody light as they became even crazier. Shrill cries sounded in the night sky. It was like a demon's voice. It was very ear-piercing and made one's scalp go numb. Oh no, these beasts are crazy. Everyone, be careful. Bing Ling shouted and attacked quickly. Let me. Eastern Phoenix shouted and waved her hand. Streaks of fiery red aura flowed out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Soon after, the shadow of a divine bird flew out. It was like a phoenix that was reborn from the flames, and it lit up half the sky. The divine bird spread its wings, bringing with it a sea of fire as it circled in the sky. In the sky, countless blood crows were surrounded by the flames, and they let out miserable cries. Below, Eastern Phoenix formed a seal with her hands. A fire lotus appeared on her fingertips, and it grew rapidly, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, it swept across the sky. Any blood crows that came into contact with it were instantly turned into ashes, not even leaving behind a mist. In an instant, the surroundings became empty. Those crazy blood crows all disappeared, burned to ashes. Hee, as expected of the students of the Immortal Martial Academy. Even the blood crows can't do anything to you. A low and hoarse voice sounded, drifting in the surroundings. It was very ethereal, and no one could tell where it came from. In the distance, countless black figures floated like ghosts, creating a tense atmosphere. Who is it? Come out and face your death. Yang Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the forest in front of him. Rows of trees fell down, and a vacuum appeared. A figure quickly flew into the distance like a ghost. Humph, stay here. Yang Lin waved his hand, and a huge palm of light rushed out like a giant mountain, shattering the void. The two of them were very fast, and they disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sound of an intense battle could be heard from afar. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were like an abyss, vast and mighty. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? Eastern Phoenix and the others' faces darkened. Wait here, don't move. I'll be back soon. Bing Ling said. Her figure swayed, and like a blue frost, she ran towards the battle sound. It was too strange. The other party knew their identity and dared to attack. Obviously, they came prepared. She had to find Yang Lin. However, another black figure appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, the black figure's aura exploded, and a powerful pressure shrouded the surroundings. Chapter 862. The void cracked open and another third-level venerable flew towards Lin Xian and the rest. Yi Yen sneered. Like a purple phantom, he dashed out and blocked the incoming third-level venerable. In an instant, the battle erupted. Bing Ling and the other third-level venerable were all restrained. Only Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang were left on the battlefield. Their cultivation was only at the second-level venerable realm. It seemed like they were ignored by the mysterious force. Looking at the sudden change, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He looked around and became alert. Suddenly, he frowned and pulled Dongfang Fenghuang to retreat. Boom! In the next moment, the ground where he was standing suddenly cracked open. A yellow stone pillar that looked like a long spear pierced through the void with a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. If they were just a second slower, Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang would have been pierced through. The aura emitted by the piercer was so strong that a second-level venerable couldn't withstand it. Even a third-level venerable might not be able to withstand it. They dodged it. A low voice sounded with a hint of surprise. As expected of a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. A second-level venerable has such sharp senses and reaction speed. Interesting, interesting. Next, I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as the voice sounded, the ground trembled. Countless rays of light rose rapidly and the entire landscape within 100 miles changed drastically. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky with Dongfang Fenghuang following behind him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying force separated the two of them. He let out a low growl and quickly threw a punch forward. Boom! The yellow cage trembled but didn't break. What a tough wall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He had used a lot of strength, and even a second-level Venerable Realm cultivator would not have been able to withstand his punch. However, the earthen yellow wall had not been able to withstand his attack, and it had been damaged in the slightest. This was beyond his expectations. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by yellow walls and countless huge rocks. The entire space was sealed and carried a heavy force. Your strength is not bad. A light voice sounded, and then a black figure appeared. The other party was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his true appearance. They could only recognize that it was a man from his voice. Third level Venerable. Lin Xian exclaimed when he felt the aura of the other party. Your senses are very sharp. That's right, I'm a third level Venerable. In front of him, the mysterious man smiled and said, Originally, I didn't need to do anything to deal with someone like you, but your reaction speed surprised me, so I'll play with you. As for your little female companion, you don't have to worry either. I believe that there should be 4 second-level Venerables accompanying her. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Based on the other party's words, the Eastern Phoenix was currently fighting with 4 Second Heaven Venerables. Who on earth was this person, to actually dispatch so many experts to deal with them? Alright, you don't have time to think about anything else, and don't try to guess our identities, because you'll never be able to guess. The mysterious man in front of him said in a light tone. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Xian was shocked, and he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. Sure enough, in the next moment, a yellow vortex appeared where he was. It was like a black hole, producing a huge suction force that crushed the void. Not bad, your reaction is indeed fast. I didn't expect a second-level venerable to have such an exquisite movement technique. The mysterious man's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in Lin Xian's movement technique. He formed a seal with his palm, and a terrifying aura appeared in the void, turning into various attacks that quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his Earth stage identity, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. It's useless. It's useless no matter how fast you are, because this is my Earth world. In an instant, the clones that Lin Xian had conjured were pierced. The entire space was densely packed with sharp, poisonous thorns. It's useless. You can't escape in my space. The mysterious man in front of him said casually. He seemed to be very casual, as if he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Poisonous dragon piercing. In the next moment, he put his palms together and quickly waved them in the void. Suddenly, countless sharp thorns filled the air. They were terrifying and mysterious, and there were strange runes on the surface. The runes flickered, and the thorns were extremely fast, piercing towards Lin Xian in an instant. Poof! The surrounding void was pierced, and Lin Xian's figure was also pierced. I said, it's useless no matter how fast you are. In this space, I'm the ruler. After piercing his opponent, the mysterious man chuckled again. Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the mysterious man. It was like a sword light, and it made his hair stand on end. What? His pupils shrank, and his heart beat wildly. There was a third person in his space, and he didn't know about it. How is this possible? Just as he was about to move, he stopped in an instant because he felt an extremely sharp aura pressing against his back. As long as he moved, that aura would immediately pierce his heart. Although he was a third heaven honorable, he would definitely die if his heart was pierced. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all. Who are you? How did you get in? The mysterious man's face turned ugly, and his voice was filled with shock. In the next moment, he exclaimed again because he realized that Lin Xian's body, who was originally pierced, had begun to disintegrate, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing into the void. Clone! The mysterious man was shocked. In the next moment, he understood everything. The person behind him was none other than Lin Xian's real body. It's good that you understand. Now, tell me, who sent you? Don't lie, or I'll kill you immediately. Lin Xian asked coldly. You'll never know because a dead person doesn't need to know anything. In the next moment, the mysterious man in front of him suddenly laughed evilly. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with a clone. Trap him. Before the voice disappeared, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled, and instantly turned into a stone man. At the same time, a khaki-colored fist appeared behind him and blasted toward Lin Xian. The fist was as big as a millstone, and it carried a terrifying force that could shatter the void with a single strike. This change was too sudden, and the terrifying fist instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to also have a mysterious clone technique. Looking at the khaki-colored fist that was rushing toward him, he snorted coldly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light surged, and the terrifying lightning fist broke through the void and blasted forward quickly. This punch was too terrifying, and it lit up the entire space. The fist was covered with strange lightning runes, and it was extremely mysterious and contained a terrifying power. Boom! The two fists collided, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. What? Chapter 863. He was too shocked because he realized that his attack could not harm Lin Fan at all. Instead, Lin Fan's golden fist, which contained powerful lightning energy, shattered his stone clone. Who is this kid? Is he really just a second heaven honorable? The mysterious honorable martial artist was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lin Fan was only a second heaven honorable, so he did not take him seriously. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Fan was definitely not weaker than him. He could fight above his level. Lin Fan was a genius. In an instant, the mysterious honorable martial artist understood, and his face turned ugly. Originally, he thought that he had found an easy prey and could play with him. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to be a genius. It seemed that this battle had become very tricky. The mysterious honorable martial artist appeared again, and his eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but you have no chance of winning against me. If I hadn't received orders to capture you alive, you would be a corpse now. Corpse? Lin Xian sneered. I think you're daydreaming. Since you're so willing to dream, I'll send you to heaven. You're courting death. The mysterious honorable martial artist was furious. Although Lin Xian was a genius, he was also a third heaven honorable. He would definitely not allow a young man to challenge him. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared on his body, and his skin began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body was covered by a thick layer of stone, and he looked like a stone man. The mysterious honorable martial artist emitted a terrifying aura. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying fist covered the surroundings, shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. This was a true third heaven honorable martial artist. He was extremely powerful, and now that he had attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian sneered, and the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly exploded. He was powerful enough, and he was not afraid of the mysterious honorable martial artist at all. Under such circumstances, he had to break through quickly and meet up with the others. Therefore, he immediately used the great dragon sword soul and attacked with his full strength. A dazzling sword light lit up like a blazing sun, and it bloomed in the void. Then, it quickly slashed down. The light was too dazzling, and it lit up the entire void. At the same time, the aura it carried was too terrifying and sharp as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying energy sound was heard, and in the next moment, the mysterious honorable martial artist flew backward. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He turned pale with fright and his face was filled with shock. He simply could not believe that he was injured by a young man at the second sky of the venerable realm. One had to know that he was an earth attribute martial artist. His defensive power was the strongest. Very few people in the same rank could injure him. You're courting death. The mysterious venerable master was enraged. He no longer cared about the order to capture Lin Xian alive. He circulated his spiritual energy and quickly summoned his martial soul, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. His sword strike just now was incomparably fierce, but his opponent had actually received it with only minor injuries. His opponent was indeed strong. If he wanted to kill the other party in a short period of time, he would have to use extraordinary means. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw his opponent unleash his martial soul. He reached out and grabbed the black package. Don't waste your energy. No matter how you struggle, you'll still die. The mysterious honorable being floated in the void, emitting a powerful aura. In his opinion, as long as he summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He ignored his opponent's words and quickly opened the black package. Then, he held the Lone Star Sword. Seeing Lin Xian holding the sword, the mysterious venerable master's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He could not understand how a second sky of the venerable realm could make him feel the aura of death. This brat must be eliminated. The mysterious venerable master felt a chill in his heart. He would not allow such a threat to remain in the world. Brat, die. He summoned his martial soul and struck out a terrifying palm. A trace of fear appeared in the mysterious venerable master's heart. Only by killing Lin Xian could he eliminate this fear. On the other side, Lin Xian drew the Lone Star Sword and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi flashed like a real dragon. It was extremely terrifying. What? The mysterious venerable master was horrified. He realized that the sword chi was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist. That's a half-Earth rank treasure. Finally, he recognized the Lone Star Sword in Lin Xian's hand. He did not expect that a second sky of the venerable realm would have such a heaven-defying item. The mysterious venerable master swallowed his saliva and felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. He did not dare to fight anymore. His arrogance and dignity were all gone at this moment. He had no chance of winning against a half-Earth rank treasure. His body swayed, and the mysterious venerable master turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was faster than him. It descended above his head in an instant and then quickly fell. No, open! The mysterious venerable master screamed and summoned his martial soul to resist with all his might. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the sword chi. Ah! The mysterious venerable master screamed. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. He could not resist the sword chi at all and was instantly split in half. Not only him, but the entire sealed earth space was also split open by the sword. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he came to the outside world. At this moment, the nearby space was torn open, and the Eastern Phoenix also came out. In the distance, several air-piercing sounds could be heard. Those figures were none other than Bing Ling and the others. At this moment, they had escaped from the battlefield and rushed back. Are you guys okay? Bing Ling asked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Eastern Phoenix. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wrapped up the Lone Star Sword again and carried it on his back. Everyone looked at the third sky of the venerable realm that was split in half, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian was too terrifying. With a half-Earth rank treasure, he could kill an ordinary third sky of the venerable realm like cutting vegetables. You're really a monster. Dongfang Fenghuang also lightly snorted. She had spent a lot of effort to escape from the sealed space. At this moment, her small face was covered in sweat, and there were many bloodstains on her body. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm as if splitting open the sealed space was effortless. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose and changed the topic. Do you know the identity of these people? We just came to Blackwater City and did not come into contact with anyone. The only person we had a conflict with was probably that seductive woman. These people are most likely from the Blackwater City's City Lord Mansion. Bing Ling said. City Lord Mansion. Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. These people are really daring. They actually dared to attack us. Yang Lin snorted coldly. Lin Xian also said, they seem to know that we're disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but they still dared to attack us. It seems like there's a reason we don't know. Everyone, be careful. Bing Ling looked around and said cautiously. Chapter 864. Soon after, the 5 of them set off once again. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest left, a group of people appeared at their original location. One of them was the seductive girl, Xiao Mei. However, her originally seductive face was now incomparably hideous. Damn it, how is this possible? They can actually kill a third heaven reverend. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Mei's face was extremely ugly. Behind her, the white-haired silver granny also frowned. Her eyes were flickering with a terrifying light. What a terrifying sword technique. Looking at the large corpse that was split open, her heart trembled slightly. It seems like we have underestimated them. Silver Granny shook her head slightly. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy are indeed incomparably powerful. No, we must capture them. Xiao Mei's face was ashen and her voice was cold. She must send the news back and get her father to send more people. How dare they kill the people of my Blackwater City? I will not let them off. Xiao Mei's cold voice resounded in the air. After a night's journey, Lin Xian and the rest finally arrived at the Blackwater River. In front of them, a black river was surging and roaring. It was like a black dragon entrenched on the ground, and one couldn't see the end of it. The river water surged and emitted traces of cold aura from time to time. Even reverends would feel a little uncomfortable. It was said that this river had buried countless experts and had absorbed the blood of kings. It was incomparably terrifying. They originally thought that it was just a legend, but now it seemed like it was very likely to be true. Bing Ling's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at the black river in front of them. At this moment, not only them, but many martial artists had also arrived near the Blackwater River. Their eyes were burning with greed. Some of them were even impatient and didn't want to stay any longer. They directly moved and rushed towards the Blackwater River. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged and formed a defensive energy barrier around them. They quickly rushed into the Blackwater River. This action instantly angered the demonic beasts in the river. Countless demonic beasts roared in anger. Boom! 100-meter-long water python roared with all its might. Its terrifying tail was like a heavenly blade, cutting the river water apart and creating countless waves. Puff! Many martial artists didn't dodge and were swept by the tail. Blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, all kinds of screams resounded in the Blackwater River. However, these voices were unable to stop the other martial artists. Countless figures dove into the river like sharp swords. Let's go down too, Bing Ling said. Cold air circled around her body, forming an ice armor that wrapped around her petite figure. The others also used their own methods to form a defensive barrier against the impact of the river. Lin Xian smiled. Sword qi erupted from his body and quickly intertwined to form a ball of sword qi that enveloped his body. Then, the 5 of them quickly rushed to the Blackwater River. The river surged, creating waves that were tens of meters high. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard, accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the others entered the water, they were targeted. A demonic beast covered in dark green scales glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. Its bloody mouth was wide open, bringing with it a monstrous bloody aura. Its long fangs even had the remains of a few cultivators' corpses. Obviously, this demonic beast had eaten more than one person. A 2-star demonic beast general dares to be so presumptuous. Lin Xian snorted and pointed his finger. Roar! Seeing that the humans had attacked, the demonic beast became even more furious. Its huge head shook and a blue light beam shot out from its mouth. The blue light surged and the murderous aura carried a terrifying aura as it rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's sword qi condensed at the tip of his finger, forming a dragon that roared and shot out. The finger radiance was extremely sharp. It slammed into the blue light beam and shattered it. Then, it quickly pierced the demonic beast's heart. Roar! The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar and fell down, creating countless ripples in the water. The surrounding river water was dyed black and red. Let's go. Bing Ling turned and prepared to leave. Hey, there's something. Yi Yan's eyes flashed and emitted a purple divine light. It was like two rays of light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he waved his hand and sent the corpse of the demonic beast flying. Then, he grabbed at the soil below. Poof! The bottom of the water cracked open and a deep hole appeared. However, in the deep hole, there was a crystal-clear pearl that was the size of a fist. Rays of light flowed on the pearl and it contained a terrifying power. Water spiritual pearl. Yi Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Bing Ling turned around abruptly and looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Although they did not know the specific use of the water spiritual pearl, the power that it contained was shocking. Good stuff. Yi Yan said with a smile. Then, he turned into a purple radiance and rushed down. Gurgle gurgle. However, just as he landed, the river water suddenly surged as if it was boiling. A silver sword radiance slashed toward him. You're courting death. Yi Yan did not expect that someone would dare to attack him at this time. He shouted angrily and threw out a palm. A purple mist formed and floated forward. Boom! A deep sound was heard and the waves slapped in all directions. A powerful force pushed Yi Yan back. However, the silver sword radiance was also corroded by the purple mist and disappeared into the water. Who is it? Come out! Yi Yan shouted coldly. The purple radiance in his eyes shone brightly as he looked around. Humph, arrogant brat. A sneer was heard. Then, the river water surged and countless figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. These people were surrounded by radiance and had weapons in their hands. They were murderous and had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had killed many people. In front of them, there were two figures standing there like giant mountains. They were middle-aged men. One was bald and the other had a palm-sized scar on his face. Their auras were unusually strong and they should be the leaders of these people. Who are you? What do you want? Yi Yan asked coldly. What do we want? The bald man sneered. We have been eyeing this water spiritual pearl for many days. We were careless and it was almost taken away by you little brats. Little brats, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The scarred man smiled evilly. Of course, those two beauties must stay. I have never seen such beautiful girls. One is ice and the other is fire. One is cold and the other is arrogant. They are the best in the world. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists laughed. Countless eyes looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang without restraint. Humph. Bing Ling's face darkened and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Dongfang Fenghuang was even more direct. She threw a palm at the scarred man. Whoosh! When the fiery red palm appeared, the entire river started to boil. It was as if it was boiling and became scalding hot. Nonsense. I will tear your mouth apart. Chapter 865. Fire Attribute. This is the bottom of the river. How much power can your flames exert? A tall and skinny martial artist sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The next moment, he struck out with a punch. A grayish aura covered his fist, tearing the black water apart and colliding with the fiery red palm. Boom! With a buzzing sound, white mist rose from the surroundings. It was the evaporated water from the flames. The tall and skinny martial artist screamed as he held his arm and retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. The attack just now was like hitting a volcano. The horrifying heat immediately burned his palm. Not only that, the red flames quickly climbed up his arm as if they were going to melt him. In shock, he did not dare to continue the fight and quickly retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted as she pulled out the red whip from her waist and swung it forward. Buzz! The river water was whipped apart. The red whip was like a red dragon, swimming quickly and dragging the tall and skinny martial artist back in an instant. What are you doing? The tall and skinny martial artist was finally afraid. He was no longer as arrogant as before. What am I doing? I'll let you have a taste of my flames. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was cold. The dirty words from these people had made her very angry, so she did not show any mercy. Oh no, faction leader, save me. Seeing the red palm, the tall and skinny martial artist screamed in fear. You're courting death. Put him down. The bald man was furious. Someone dared to hit his underling in front of him. Was he tired of living? With a shake of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand and he quickly stabbed it out. With a flash of light, the long spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a water python and rushed over quickly. You want to fight? Lin Xian's body swayed and stood out. He stretched out his arm and shouted, dragon-catching hand. Boom! Golden light covered the sky and a horrifying aura shook the surroundings. A golden shadow surged out like a golden dragon, roaring. In an instant, the golden dragon entangled the long spear. The dragon's body coiled and formed a horrifying strangulation force. The horrifying explosion of energy forced the bald man to step back. At this time, Dongfang Fenghuang's palm fell and burned the martial artist to ashes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and dumbstruck. Their leader had been knocked back by a second-layer martial highness. Was this a dream? The scarred man's pupils also shrank, and his expression was extremely solemn. A second-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator was actually able to force a third-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator back. This was a battle that surpassed one's cultivation level. Who is this kid? Who are these people? Scram or die. Lin Xian's cold voice shook the area. Hearing this, the bald man's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was simply too arrogant. Brat, you're the first one who dares to be so insolent to our White Sharks gang. The scarred man said in a deep voice, in this Blackwater River basin, even the three great forces will give us some face. I'm not from the three great forces, so I don't need to give you any face. Lin Xian said coldly. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword chi formed on his body and enveloped the surroundings. Not only were the White Sharks gang shocked, but even Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a domineering side of Lin Xian. Now, it seemed that this handsome young man was not to be trifled with. Brat, you're too arrogant. The scarred man's face darkened. This time, the White Sharks gang has lost. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led countless martial artists away. Boss, why don't we attack? Even if they're strong, we have more people. We can definitely take them down. The bald man said. Forget it. The other party is strong and we don't know their identity. If we attack recklessly, even if we win, we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the king's treasure is about to appear. It's stupid to waste our strength now, the scarred man said in a deep voice. So we're just going to let it go. The bald man gritted his teeth. Let it go. How is that possible? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. How dare they provoke our White Sharks gang? How can we let it go? When we have the chance, we'll definitely kill these brats. The scarred man's voice was cold. Obviously, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that the time wasn't right. Looking at the departing figures of the group, Bing Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party's combat strength wasn't as good as theirs, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really attacked, it would be hard to say who would win. Now that they could scare the other party, it couldn't be better. The few of them looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. This guy's aura was too strong. Dongfang Phoenix also exclaimed, I didn't realize that you had such a cool side to you. This group of people bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't act tough, you won't scare them away. Lin Xian shrugged. At this moment, Yi Yan's figure flashed and he took the water spirit pearl. Yi Yan, this water spirit pearl is very useful for my cultivation. Can I exchange it with something? Bing Ling asked. She was an ice-based martial artist. It could be said that she was a mutation of the water element. The water spirit pearl contained a powerful water element energy that would be of great help to her cultivation. Sure. Yi Yan nodded. The energy in the water spirit pearl was indeed of little use to him. It was best to exchange it with something else. Soon, the two of them completed the exchange. Bing Ling put the water spirit pearl into her storage ring. A trace of joy appeared on her face. Let's go to the depths of the Blackwater River. The five of them moved like five nimble fish, quickly shuttling through the water. The Blackwater River was very mysterious. The underwater world was similar to the outside world. There were mountains and valleys underground, as well as a group of green plants. It was like an underwater world. However, compared to the land, this place was more dangerous because you didn't know where a water monster would swim out of. Moreover, the Black River water was like ink, blurring one's vision. In general, the underground world of the Blackwater River was much more dangerous than the land. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. They walked very quickly and finally arrived at the depths of the Blackwater River. Floating in the river, Lin Xian looked down. He saw that there were mountains below, and the terrain was strange. In the west, there was a huge crack, as if it had cut the entire riverbed. Traces of thicker black water emerged from the crack. It was eerie and terrifying. That's where King Danyu fell, Bing Ling said in a low voice as she looked at the terrifying Rift Valley. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. He did feel an unusual aura from the Rift Valley. Yang Lin looked around and said with dissatisfaction, there are so many people. Even if there's a treasure, it's impossible to sneak it away. Indeed, there were too many people around. The number of people seemed to surpass the number of water monsters at the bottom of the river. There's no need for us to search with so many people. Let's wait for the treasure to appear. Chapter 866. They found an open space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the treasure to appear. Gradually, there were more and more martial artists in the surroundings. The originally oppressive river bottom world became lively. There were even some martial artists who met their enemies and directly started fighting, causing the scene to be extremely chaotic. Suddenly, the river shook, and the Black River water surged, making a rumbling sound. The warriors stopped and retreated to the side. Lin Xian and the others also opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Although the surroundings were dark, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. He was able to clearly see the scene in the distance. He found that it was not the beasts that caused the tremors, but the people. To be exact, it was two groups of people. On the left, a huge black shadow appeared, like a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble, the river water to surge, and the underwater mountains to crack. Killer whale! Someone exclaimed and took a deep breath. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. It was indeed a killer whale, a powerful water demon, and its strength was at the level of a demon general. It was like a blue mountain with yellow stripes on it, like tiger stripes. It shone with a demonic light, and a strong demonic aura surged out, sweeping across the land. On the back of the killer whale, there were almost 100 figures. They carried iron swords on their backs, and their sword auras were sharp. Iron Sword Clan. This powerful force was the Iron Sword Clan that Lin Xian had met before. The other side was probably the Huangfu clan. He turned his eyes and looked to the other side. The people of the Huangfu clan were also riding on a huge beast. It was a giant crab, and its body was red like glass. It waved its huge pincers and easily cracked the ground. On the back of the beast, there were 100 people of the Huangfu clan, and they formed a terrifying aura. The arrival of the two forces made the whole space fall into a short silence. They were too powerful. Lin Xian and the others also looked serious. The number of people on the other side had doubled. Obviously, they were well prepared for the king's treasure. Bing Ling frowned slightly. Compared to the other side, they were at a disadvantage. However, this was normal. Originally, according to the information on the Academy's mission, this was just an ordinary Venerable One's treasure. The current team of Bing Ling and the others was more than enough. However, who would have thought that a Venerable's treasure would turn into a king's treasure? This made their team, which was originally sure to win, feel somewhat awkward. We can only play it by ear now. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again, as if it was about to split open. With the previous two experiences, no one panicked this time. Instead, they uniformly looked into the distance. They knew that only those terrifying demon generals could cause such a commotion. As expected, another black silhouette appeared in front of him, carrying a terrifying demonic aura with it. Blackwater City. Yi Yan's eyes flickered with purple light as he looked ahead and said coldly. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked up. He saw that the black shadow was a huge anaconda, ferocious and terrifying. On top of the python's head stood a figure that was incomparably seductive. On top of the huge anaconda, there were countless martial artists in black robes, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing those people, Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. They realized that the clothes and aura of those people were very similar to the group of mysterious people that attacked them at night. Humph. Dongfang Fenghuang looked into the distance and snorted heavily. She was disgusted by that seductive woman. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, and the corner of her mouth curled up into an evil smile. Hee, my young Qi. You can't run away. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, but she did not make a move. This was because the current situation was not suitable for settling personal grudges. The huge anaconda moved quickly, like a peerless beast, and stopped at a nearby mountain range. The entire space became oppressive once again. Countless martial artists held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. This was because the three-headed demon general platform was so powerful that it formed a pressure that enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian and the others also retracted their gazes, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. As time passed, the entire bottom of the Black River became very quiet. Gradually, a strange aura spread out in the vicinity. Through his powerful soul power, Lin Xian keenly sensed that the strange aura came from the distant Rift Valley. Not only that, the aura was getting stronger. Traces of black gas condensed into bubbles, quickly rising from the rift valley. This strange phenomenon was not only noticed by Lin Xian, but also by the others. Many people stood up excitedly, looking at the rift valley in front of them with fiery eyes. In front of them, countless bubbles appeared in the terrifying rift valley, forming a very strange scene. The black bubbles floated quickly in the water and condensed together, forming a vague black figure. The figure was too vague, and only one person could be vaguely seen. The others could not be seen clearly. However, as soon as the black figure condensed, it exuded an ancient aura that quickly spread out in all directions. The aura was too terrifying, and it directly pressed the three powerful demon generals to the ground. Lin Xian and the others also held their breaths and looked over with rapt attention. After the figure appeared, the surrounding river water also fluctuated violently, quickly converging in front of the figure. Countless amounts of black water condensed under the vague figure, forming a black dragon that circled under the figure's feet. In the next moment, a low dragon roar sounded, like muffled thunder, quickly spreading out in all directions. This roar contained an aura that made one's soul tremble. The weaker warriors all trembled and sat on the ground, paralyzed. However, their eyes were filled with madness. Countless people shouted crazily, as if they were possessed. Lin Xian and the others also changed their expressions, especially Bing Ling. She, who was as cold as ice, showed a surprised expression for the first time. King Pill Feather. She was too shocked. That aura was definitely not something a venerable could release. That was the aura of a king. That vague figure was actually a king. Needless to say, only one king had fallen in the Black River, and that was the famous King Pill Feather from thousands of years ago. At this moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the middle-aged expert from the Huangfu family all looked forward with a serious expression. On the giant python's head, Xiao Mei also put away her seductive appearance, and there was a trace of madness and passion in her eyes. A king's treasure, it really is a king's treasure. She was too excited, far more excited than the others, because the Black Water City had a water dragon pill. It was refined by King Pill Feather himself. At this moment, not only her, but all the warriors in Black Water City trembled with excitement. This is King Pill Feather. Chapter 867. Shocking, it was indeed shocking. That aura was too powerful, as if it had a natural suppression on martial artists, making them want to kneel down and worship it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could ignore the suppression. Otherwise, he would not be in a good state. In front, the hazy figure stood in the water, exuding a supreme suppression. Under the fervent gazes of countless people, the hazy figure slowly raised its arm. It's moving, it's moving. Countless people were excited, and they were all nervously watching the hazy figure's every move. Lin Xian was also nervously watching. He saw the hazy figure slowly raise its arm with its palm facing the sky, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. In the next moment, the Black River water splashed and quickly condensed toward the hazy figure. It kept rolling and surging into the figure's palm. A black energy ball quickly condensed on the figure's palm, shining with a terrifying light. Soon, the black energy ball entered the figure's palm and quickly flowed along the fingers. The 5 fingertips emitted light, and 5 light pillars shot out. They were like 5 true dragons, rushing in 5 directions. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the 5 true dragons quickly grew in size, forming a 300-meter-long body. They tore the river water apart, roaring and rushing in all directions. Everyone held their breaths, dumbfounded. The 5 ferocious true dragons stood in 5 different directions. Then, their huge bodies circled and drilled into the river. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations were produced, and the river bottom seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Boom! 5 black light pillars surged out from the ground, rushed into the sky, and converged into a point. Lin Xian and the rest looked up at the black point in the sky. The black point quickly grew larger, forming a pitch-black door. The black door shone with a black light, and there were 2 lifelike black dragons swimming on it. They exuded a terrifying aura, as if it was the gate of hell. Treasure, the king's treasure, it's finally appeared. Countless people looked up and shouted crazily, their eyes filled with madness. They were too excited. The king's treasure that had been buried for thousands of years had finally appeared, and they had encountered it. This was definitely an extremely lucky thing. As long as they could enter the black door and obtain 1 or 2 treasures, they would be able to laugh arrogantly. After all, it was the treasure left behind by a king. Thinking of this, countless people took to the air and rushed toward the pitch-black gate in the sky. Lin Xian looked at the pitch-black door in the sky and took a deep breath. He was also very tempted by the things left behind by the kings. Previously, he had obtained a king's inheritance. With that king's inheritance, he was able to kill experts above his level. And now, the treasure in front of him was actually a king's treasure. After tasting the sweetness of a king's legacy, how could Lin Xian give up on the king's treasure? The others were also tempted. No one could remain calm in front of a king's treasure. Maintain the formation. We'll rush up too. Icicle said in a deep voice. At this moment, there was a hint of redness on her calm face. In the next moment, she stomped her foot and shot upwards like a shooting star. Lin Xian and the others followed behind her and charged upwards as well. When Lin Xian arrived in front of the black door, he immediately took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the black door. At the same time, he sensed an aura that was slightly similar to his profound jade platform. Could it be a teleportation array? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The black door in front of him was very likely a special teleportation array that transported everyone to the real king's treasure. Sure enough, when he stepped into the pitch-black door, he felt an extremely strong spatial force covering his body and forcibly taking him away. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. There was no black river around him, and Icicle and the others were not beside him. It seemed that the teleportation array did not have any rules. It was a random teleportation array. Although Lin Xian entered with Icicle and the others, they were teleported to a completely different place. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were other houses in this place besides his. However, he did not recognize them. Moreover, he found that this place was extremely strange. The air was very cold, and even the naked eye could see streaks of white icy aura dancing in the air. If Icicle were here, she would definitely be overjoyed. This environment would greatly increase her combat strength. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kind of weather was not good for him. He circulated the spiritual qi in his body and formed a protective shield, blocking the cold aura outside his body. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It pulled his hair and pointed in a direction, shouting non-stop. There's something. Lin Xian was familiar with the little white monkey's behavior. It would only react like this when there was a treasure. Let's go and see. Lin Xian put the little white monkey on his shoulder and then stomped his feet. His whole body was like an arrow that left the bow, quickly rushing into the distance. After flying for a short while, he saw a snowy valley that exuded an even colder aura. In the middle of the valley, there was a blue lotus the size of a millstone, swaying with the wind. Snowy demonic lotus. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized the snow lotus in the middle of the ice valley. Snowy demonic lotus was an extremely rare ice attribute spirit treasure. Especially the lotus seeds that it bore, they gathered the power of extreme coldness. It could condense a martial artist's spiritual power and strengthen their blood chi. It was extremely beneficial for martial artists. Moreover, this thing was extremely rare and usually only grew in extremely cold places. He did not expect to see a snowy demonic lotus here. It was indeed a king's treasure. It was indeed a big deal to encounter such a treasure as soon as he entered. The little white monkey shouted excitedly. It could not wait any longer. If it were not for Lin Xian holding it back, it would have rushed out long ago. Wooji the little white monkey was dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll take you there now, Lin Xian comforted. This place was very unfamiliar. He did not know if it was dangerous, so he was worried about the little white monkey going alone. He had just comforted the little white monkey when an extremely arrogant laughter suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha. Snowy demonic lotus, it's actually a snowy demonic lotus. This voice contained a strong sense of ecstasy. Then, Lin Xian saw a voice rushing toward the ice valley like a stream of light. The figure was very fast. In an instant, it entered the ice valley and came near the snowy demonic lotus. The next moment, he stretched out a huge spiritual power hand and grabbed downward. Ha, this snowy demonic lotus is mine. The figure laughed arrogantly. However, before the light hand could land, a blue light pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the figure. The figure did not even have time to scream before he died in the air and fell to the ground. Chapter 868. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the valley with a grave expression. The attack was so fast that even he could not see it clearly. He only saw a blue ray of light shoot out and kill the martial artist instantly. That move was too terrifying. It was even more powerful than a third heaven honorable. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. It's the ice toad. The dark red divine dragon peeked out and said softly. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead like a sword. Indeed, he saw a blue shadow moving quickly under the lotus. That should be the ice toad that the dark red divine dragon had mentioned. Looks like it's not that simple. Lin Xian sighed. Such a treasure must be guarded by a powerful demonic beast. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by someone else. It's just an ice toad. Do you really think it can protect the ice snow lotus? A disdainful voice sounded, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. An enchanting middle-aged woman appeared in the air. She looked down at the ice snow demon spirit and the ice toad with a burning gaze. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged woman flew towards the ice snow valley. Seeing that there were humans who dared to enter, the ice toad cried out angrily and spat out a blue bubble. An extremely strong yin energy was emitted from the bubble and froze the surrounding air. The middle-aged woman saw it and laughed in disdain. She waved her hands and sent out countless palm shadows. Boom! The palm shadows that filled the sky collided with the ice bubble. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard, as if they had hit metal. In the next moment, the ice toad was sent flying. The middle-aged woman reached out to grab the ice lotuses. Poof! She grabbed the ice lotus in her hand and pulled it out forcefully. The bewitching frost lotus was pulled out by her. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists' breathing quickened. They looked at the middle-aged woman with red eyes. The middle-aged woman snorted and emitted a powerful aura of an honorable martial artist. Everyone was stunned. Instantly, countless martial artists shook their heads and regained their clarity. They knew that the middle-aged woman was very powerful and was not someone they could deal with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. Others might be afraid of the middle-aged woman, but he wasn't. It was impossible for him to give up a treasure like the demonic ice lotus. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he discovered that another ice lotus had appeared in the valley, blooming beautifully. This, not only Lin Xian, but all the other martial artists were also stunned. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there was more than one bewitching frost lotus? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's eyes lit up again. If this was true, then they all had a chance. Lin Xian was also stunned and puzzled. That's right, the one that was plucked wasn't the real demonic frost lotus. The dark red divine dragon suddenly said. The real demonic frost lotus is still in the valley. It's not true. What's that? Lin Xian frowned. It doesn't look fake. Companion ice lotus is also a kind of spirit medicine. It grows with the demonic frost lotus, the dark red divine dragon said. Actually, the demonic frost lotus evolved from the companion ice lotus. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, Lin Xian understood that there was no demonic frost lotus originally. They were all ordinary ice lotuses. However, these ice lotuses competed together, and the one that won in the end evolved into the demonic frost lotus, while the others became the companion ice lotus. As if confirming the dark red divine dragon's words, countless companion ice lotuses appeared in the valley in front of them. They slowly rotated and emitted a blue light. So many. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Then, they revealed ecstatic expressions. They didn't know about the companion ice lotus, but this didn't stop them from being ecstatic. Because there were so many ice lotuses, it was enough for them to divide. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman's face darkened. A hint of anger appeared in her long and narrow eyes. Scram! In the next moment, she roared and waved her sleeve. A terrifying power blasted out, turning several nearby martial artists into a bloody mist. Retreat! Countless martial artists felt their scalps tingle. They quickly distanced themselves from the middle-aged woman and flew towards Frost Valley from another direction. Roar! Very soon, angry roars came from inside Frost Valley. Several massive figures appeared and fought with those martial artists. It looked like there was more than one guardian beast. Lin Xian similarly swayed his figure and flew towards Frost Valley. However, an angry roar came from the side again. Scram! The voice was like thunder, rolling over and surging towards Lin Xian. All around, those ice mountains exploded with a loud bang, unable to withstand this surge of power. It turned out that the surrounding martial artists all retreated. Only Lin Xian was still there. Furthermore, the direction he flew in just happened to be beside the middle-aged woman. Actually, this was very normal. Because this was the shortest distance. Any martial artist would do this. However, this action became a provocation in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Furthermore, she didn't obtain the real demonic frost lotus and was in a bad mood. She just happened to vent her anger on Lin Xian. But Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't provoke the other party at all, but the other party attacked him mercilessly. Even a clay figurine had some anger, let alone him. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it out quickly. A blood-red sword wave rushed out quickly. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered. Bang! The sword wave and the sound wave collided, producing a buzzing sound. What? The middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. She realized that the sword wave had cut through the sound wave and was rushing towards her quickly. She couldn't believe it. Her opponent was a kid in the second heaven. She could kill such a person with just a shout. But now, the situation was beyond her expectations. With a cold snort, the middle-aged woman waved her palm and released a vast amount of energy. The terrifying light palm collided with the blood-red sword wave, producing another earth-shattering explosion. In the chaotic airflow, the middle-aged woman took a step back. As for Lin Xian, his speed didn't change as he flew towards Frost Valley. Damn it! Looking at the disappearing figure, the middle-aged woman was extremely angry. She couldn't bear that a junior kid had forced her to retreat. However, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sword wave just now was too sharp and made her uncomfortable. What a strange kid. The middle-aged woman's eyes were gloomy. With a cold snort, she flew towards the valley. But this time, she did subconsciously avoid Lin Xian. In Frost Valley, it was extremely chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and terrifying forces filled the entire space. Countless warriors and demonic beasts were fighting. The momentum was terrifying, and both sides were bloodshot. Not only that, but the battles between the warriors were even more tragic. Often, they would be killed by the nearby warriors if they weren't paying attention. For a moment, everyone was extremely vigilant and didn't dare to let others get close to them. Lin Xian saw all of this. He didn't care about these people, nor did he stay. Instead, he flew directly into the depths of the valley. Because that place was even colder, and it was also the place that Snow White Little Monkey wanted to go. Not long after, he arrived at the depths. The surrounding cold wind blew, easily tearing the air apart. Chapter 869. In the depths of Frost Valley, the cold wind was bone-chilling. Martial artists below the honorable realm could not enter at all. Lin Xian arrived here. His eyes flickered. He reached out his hand to grab a few times and found that they were all companion ice lotuses. However, the quality of the companion ice lotuses here was better than the ones outside. But no matter how good they were not frost-bewitching lotuses. Lin Xian's target was the frost-bewitching lotuses. He released his soul power and quickly searched around. At this moment, another wave of spiritual energy came from behind, carrying a powerful aura. Lin Xian frowned. He turned around and found that there were more martial artists behind him. Those people had powerful auras and were undoubtedly powerhouses. It seemed that the others were not satisfied with the companion ice lotuses and wanted to find better ones. However, this bewitching lotus was not easy to find. Whether or not they could find it depended on their ability. He retracted his gaze and was about to turn around when he saw a few figures appear in the void again. This time, his brows furrowed even tighter. Because those people were none other than Xiao Mei and the others from Blackwater City. A group of 6 people. Walking at the front was the extremely coquettish Xiao Mei. Following close behind was the white-haired silver granny who was holding a walking stick. Behind them were 4 other honorable realm martial artists. Such a lineup was undoubtedly very powerful here. Lin Xian recognized them. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian as well. Immediately, the corners of her mouth curled up into a devilish smile. The charm on her face became abnormally strong. High-grade Yang Qi. I've finally encountered one again. Xiao Mei laughed out loud. Especially when she found that Lin Xian was alone, she licked her lips without restraint. Little brother, we're fated to meet again. Xiao Mei swayed her waist and walked over with a smile. Behind her, the silver granny followed closely. The other 4 martial artists separated and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet them here. However, he quickly smiled again because with his strength, he was not afraid of these people. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "Yes, it's fate." How should I address you, sister? Hee hee, Xiao Mei covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes brimming with charm. This humble one is Xiao Mei, is little brother alone. This place is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me? At this point, Xiao Mei once again approached. She was now less than 3 feet away from Lin Xian. At this distance, Lin Xian could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body, as well as the faintly discernible naked body. However, he refused with a smile. No, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian stopped smiling and turned to leave. Little brother, don't go. Xiao Mei's voice was seductive and carried a strange power that made people's limbs go soft. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. In her palm, there was a small silver needle. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. This was the passion flower needle. The person who was hit by it would burn his body. If it was not released immediately, the person would definitely explode and die. It could be said that this was a very sinister method. Now, this poisonous needle was hidden in Xiao Mei's palm and was stabbing at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would have been hit. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely strong. He immediately noticed the abnormality. He sneered and pointed his finger. On the tip of his finger, a sharp sword aura surrounded it. It carried a shocking bloody aura as if it wanted to devour people. Ding! With one strike, the sword aura shattered the passion flower needle. Otherwise, the sword aura would have pierced through Xiao Mei's palm. Puff! Fresh blood flowed out, followed by a scream. Xiao Mei screamed and quickly retreated. She covered her pierced palm and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. You dare to hurt me? What a joke. You just used a hidden weapon to attack me. So what if I hurt you? Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. Xiao Mei was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Kill him. Kill him for me. Cut off his limbs. I want to suck his yang qi dry. Humph, I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian snorted. Seeing that the other party had shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any scruples. After all, there were only a few of them here. Even if he killed Xiao Mei, it would not be a big deal. At most, he would be hunted down by the people of Blackwater City. There were many people who wanted his life. Blackwater City was nothing. Brat, you dare to hurt my family's young miss. Kneel down and accept your death. Behind him, Grandma Silver's voice was cold. She quickly waved the brown cane in her hand. The other 4 cultivators joined forces to seal off the area, preventing Lin Xian from escaping. These people all had sinister smiles on their faces as they stared at Lin Xian. Killing intent surrounded them. You were lucky to be able to escape last time. Today will be the day you die. So it was you guys who did it. Lin Xian's face darkened. You guys dare to kill a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. How dare you? Humph, if you die, who would know that we killed you? Grandma Silver's voice was hoarse, containing a bone-piercing chill. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Similarly, if you guys die, the people of Blackwater City will not know that I was the one who killed you guys. He punched out, blocking the snake-headed cane in the air. Brat, you are too arrogant. Die for me. Grandma Silver no longer spoke and attacked with all her might. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, shattering the surrounding ice mountains. Countless mountain peaks crumbled as rocks fell down. Blocked it. Grandma Silver's eyes narrowed in astonishment. After that, her orange peel-like old face became incomparably malevolent. Go, attack together and kill him. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated. The 4 cultivators also roared and attacked. Formation. A low voice rang out as 4 black formation flags appeared. They fluttered in the air, sealing off the entire space. Buzz buzz buzz. Black light flashed as the black flags rumbled. The 4 flags enlarged continuously, resembling 4 black mountains, suppressing the surroundings. Terrifying black chi permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings. A chilly wind blew and muffled thunder rumbled. Humph, brat, let's see where you can escape to this time. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she walked over with her cane. Leave, I have never thought of escaping. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to be stubborn. Fine, I will let you experience my true strength. The old woman was extremely confident, her eyes gleaming. Grandma Silver, keep him alive. I must get his yang qi. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and said from behind. Miss, don't worry. I know what to do. Grandma Silver nodded, her cold gaze once again shrouding Lin Xian. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from her body. Her entire body was covered in flowing light, and her withered skin seemed to become lustrous. Not only that, the cane in her hand was replaced by a black flag. The black flag swayed, and a chilly wind blew, tearing the ground apart. Brat, I will refine you into dregs today. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she quickly waved the black flag in her hand. It was as if a dark cloud was floating. Chapter 870. Granny Silver held a large black flag and waved it quickly. Black light bloomed and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian swung his fists and unleashed a series of golden fist shadows that blotted out the sky and the sun. They were incomparably mighty as they blasted out in all directions. The golden fist collided with the black light, creating a rumbling sound. At the same time, the surrounding black flags also bloomed with light. Countless black auras hung down like a black waterfall, constantly surging and shaking the entire valley. Countless black auras surged toward Lin Xian as if to devour him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light shone from his body, forming a huge shadow of a golden giant. It stood tall and tore apart the black auras. The golden giant was too terrifying. It directly uprooted an iceberg and smashed it toward Granny Silver and the others. Rumble. The scene was too shocking. An iceberg rose from the ground and quickly fell. A large black shadow was cast on the ground, covering the warriors. Break for me. Granny Silver snorted and quickly waved the black flag. A black flood dragon rushed out of the flag, its huge body smashing into the iceberg and shattering it. This collision caused a large crack to appear on the ground. It was a terrifying scene. Suppress it with all your might. Granny Silver shouted coldly. At the same time, she waved the black flag in her hand, making the flood dragon more realistic. The 4 warriors around her also attacked. 4 flood dragons flew out, intertwining in the air to form a flood dragon diagram, enveloping Lin Xian. The black flood dragon diagram emitted a terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was ready to draw his long sword and attack with all his might. At this time, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission, "Kid, there's a special aura fluctuation below." Below. Fluctuation. Lin Xian was stunned, then understood. His eyes lit up. In this frost valley, the only thing that could attract the dark red dragon's attention was probably the demonic frost lotus. As for below, it should be under the ice. Could it be that the demonic frost lotus is under the ice? Lin Xian thought. If that was the case, then the news must not be leaked. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the pitch-black flood dragon diagram above him. Now was a good opportunity. He could use the Jiao dragon diagram as a cover to sneak under the ice. At the thought of this, Lin Xian quickly activated the red lotus armor and covered his body, forming a strong defense. In the next moment, the pitch-black Jiao dragon diagram crashed down. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, the earth was cracking, and the icebergs were shaking. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Grandma Silver and the others laughed. Being struck by the flood dragon diagram, the brat would definitely die. Moreover, this flood dragon diagram had another special characteristic, which was that regardless of whether a martial artist was dead or alive, it could still forcibly absorb yang qi. This way, not only would he kill his opponent, but he would also obtain the yang energy. It could be said that he had killed two birds with one stone. Xiao Mei also looked ahead with a cold smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. With his yang energy, she might be able to break through to the third heaven of the supremacy realm. In front of them, black gas surrounded them and quickly disappeared. The 5 flood dragons roared and flew back into the 5 black flags. Grandma Silver waved her hand and grabbed the black flags again. In the next moment, her face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Xiao Mei asked with a frown. There's no yang energy. Grandma Silver's face was gloomy. She carefully sensed and realized that the black flood dragon she summoned back did not absorb the brat's yang energy. No. Xiao Mei was also stunned. How is this possible? The black flood dragon is a treasure that absorbs yang energy. She did not believe it because she had never failed to use the black flood dragon before. Unless he's not dead, Grandma Silver said coldly. He's not dead. Then where did he go? Xiao Mei asked. She was very anxious. After all, the brat's life was related to whether she could break through to the third heaven of the supremacy realm. In the battle just now, we sealed off the surroundings. He had no chance to escape at all. The only place he could have gone is underground. Grandma Silver looked at the shattered ground in front of her with flickering eyes. Underground? Xiao Mei also looked ahead. There was a huge crack in the ice layer that stretched for 1,000 meters. Then, she said anxiously, what are we waiting for? Let's go after him. We must catch him. Young miss, don't be anxious. The underground ice layer is not that easy to enter. The coldness down there is more than 10 times that above. If a supremacy Sun goes down there, there's no way he can survive. Even a third heaven supremacy would find it difficult to stay down there for a long time. That brat is only a second heaven supremacy. Although his strength is comparable to a third heaven supremacy, it's impossible for him to stay down there for a long time. How about this? We'll wait here for 2 hours. If that brat doesn't come out after 2 hours, it means that he died down there. There's no need for us to wait any longer. It's better to look for other treasures. Hearing Grandma Silver's analysis, Xiao Mei nodded. Okay, let's do it. The group sat there and waited patiently. However, 2 hours passed, and the other party still did not come up. Young miss, don't wait any longer. Even a third heaven supremacy would have frozen to death down there. Damn it, damn it. Xiao Mei was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was going crazy. The yang qi that she had set her eyes on had actually escaped just like that. She could not accept it. Damn it. The other party would rather freeze to death down there than be caught by her. She was so angry. Brat, I'll catch your companions and suck all their yang qi dry. Then, I'll torture them to death. You forced me to do this. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and said with a ferocious expression. She snorted coldly and quickly left with Grandma Silver and the others. After all, she did not come here to capture Lin Xian this time. She had a more important mission. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the ice layer and immediately felt the bone-piercing cold around him. It was much colder than above. He did not hesitate and activated the Red Lotus armor. At the same time, he released the concept of fire to resist it. A bright red armor covered his body. Flames danced on the armor, resisting the cold air around him. It had to be said that the Red Lotus armor was too powerful. Not only could it resist attacks, but it could also resist the cold. Moreover, this was only an illusion. If it was a real armor, the effect would be heaven-defying. It seemed that when he returned this time, he would have to take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Lin Xian decided that when he returned to the academy, he would bring people to ask the Wind City's Huang family and take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. He had already collected many rare treasures. In addition to the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold, he could already make a small part of the armor. With the support of the Red Lotus armor, the cold around him had a minimal effect on him. At least he could stay here for a long time. He did not know that Xiao Mei and the others were still waiting outside. At this moment, he was using his soul power to sense the strange energy fluctuation. Chapter 871. Lin Xian nodded. Without any hesitation, a sharp sword radiance appeared on his body as he rushed downwards. Wherever he passed, the ice layer cracked. Nothing could stop him. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. In the end, even a third heaven honorable did not dare to stay. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. When Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the ice layer, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he found a lotus flower in the ice layer at the bottom right. It was azure in color and emitted a strange fragrance. The lotus flower was crystal clear and contained traces of multicolored light. As the light flowed, it carried a coldness that could make one's soul tremble. The aura contained a mysterious fluctuation. It was the same fluctuation that the dark red divine dragon had sensed earlier. Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. That's right. This is the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. The dark red divine dragon looked down and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and looked down with a burning gaze. He had not expected the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus to really be under the ice layer. In fact, this was normal. It was the safest to be under the ice layer, which was hundreds of meters deep. This place was so cold that even a third heaven honorable would not dare to enter. Even if a powerhouse discovered it, they might not be able to retrieve it. Only a powerhouse like Lin Xian, who had the Red Lotus armor with extremely strong defense, could come here. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian calmed himself down. The sword radiance on his body surged like a sharp sword as he quickly flew downwards. However, just as he approached the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus, he felt an extremely cold air rush towards him as if it was going to freeze him. Lin Xian used his fire concept and formed a raging fire around him to resist the cold air with all his might. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indiscernible radiance pierced through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant before stabbing down. Bang! In the next moment, the blue radiance collided with his chest and made a deep sound. The terrifying force sent him flying. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His entire body was stiff and cold, and his movements became slow. A cold and gloomy aura quickly drilled into his body, causing destruction. Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation, dispelling the cold air and restoring his senses. At the same time, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. It was too terrifying. If he didn't have the Red Lotus armor, that attack would have pierced through his heart. What was it that possessed such a terrifying aura? Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with fear. Lin Xian scanned the area with all his might. Found it. Soon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. On the ice snow lotus below, there was a blue ice snake. Its entire body was blue, as if it had fused together with the ice snow bewitching lotus. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. The ice snake was only 3 feet long. It coiled around its body, and its blue eyes stared coldly at Lin Xian. On its head, there was a thumb-sized horn that emitted a deep blue light. It's the Unicorn Ice Snake King. He's ranked in the top 100 on the Earth ranking. The dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. Ranked in the top 100. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly small ice snake would have such a powerful background. You're lucky. This Unicorn Ice Snake King hasn't fully matured yet. Its current strength is equivalent to a 3rd heaven honorable. Although it's powerful, it's not invincible. If he had come a little later and allowed it to devour the ice snow bewitching lotus, even a 4th heaven honorable wouldn't have been able to subdue it. So, my luck isn't bad. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. His expression was grave, and he didn't dare to be careless. The previous attack had shown him how powerful his opponent was. This Unicorn Ice Snake King was definitely a threat to his life. Don't worry. With the 3 of us working together, we can definitely subdue it. The dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey jumped out. However, we have to distribute the items first. I don't want the ice snow bewitching lotus, but you have to help me capture this Unicorn Ice Snake King. The dark red divine dragon wasn't interested in the ice snow bewitching lotus. However, it was determined to capture the Ice Snake King. Although it was a snake and couldn't be compared to dragons, it was still a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll. Its bloodline was still very strong. If it could devour its flesh, it would definitely recover a lot of its strength. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Wuji the little white monkey also nodded in agreement. The Unicorn Ice Snake King was looking at Lin Xian with a mocking look. As a beast, it was powerful and intelligent. Naturally, it could sense that although the human in front of it was powerful, he was still no match for it. Although it hadn't killed him with its previous attack, it believed that if it attacked again, he wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. However, when the 2-foot-long dark red snake appeared, the Unicorn Ice Snake King became nervous. Its entire body tensed up, and a look of shock and fear appeared in its blue eyes. Although the other party was weaker than it, the aura it emitted was so oppressive that it couldn't breathe. This wasn't a suppression of strength, but a suppression of the bloodline in its body. When it saw the dark red snake, it was like a subject seeing its king. It wanted to kneel down and worship it. Hiss! The Unicorn Ice Snake King's body coiled around and opened its bloody mouth. It kept hissing and flicking its tongue. As a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll, it had a powerful bloodline and was very powerful. How could it allow someone to worship it? It was the king here, and everyone had to worship it. The appearance of the dark red snake was undoubtedly a challenge to its position. It had to kill the other party and eat its flesh to vent its anger. Only then could it maintain its position as the overlord. Moreover, the other party's flesh might even allow it to evolve. In the next moment, the Unicorn Ice Snake King moved quickly. Like an icy blue sword, it drew a shadow in the air and stabbed at the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the other party's target to be Ruffian Dragon. He focused his gaze and was about to stop it. He knew that ruffian dragon hadn't fully recovered its strength. It was only equivalent to a first sky supremacy. It would be a little difficult to fight against the Unicorn Ice Snake King. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the dark red divine dragon was faster than him. The dark red divine dragon's purple gold eyes looked at the blue figure in front of it with a hint of disdain. Although it had lost its dragon essence and its strength was greatly reduced, it was still a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. Its bloodline was very powerful, and no one could compare to it. Moreover, it was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. It was very experienced. Dealing with a small snake that hadn't fully matured was a piece of cake for it. Even if the other party was strong, it could still crush it with its bloodline. The dark red divine dragon growled and let out a deep dragon roar. It rushed forward quickly, and a powerful dragon aura shrouded the surroundings. Buzz! Chapter 872. It was too powerful. This aura was absolutely suppressive. It could not fight back at all. It knew that it had underestimated the other party. The difference in their levels was far greater than it had expected. Run! The Unicorn Ice Snake King turned and ran, not daring to stay any longer. Help me stop it! The dark red dragon shouted. Don't let it escape. The dark red dragon shouted. It could only use its aura to intimidate the other party. If the other party wanted to run, it would not be able to stop it. For this, it had to rely on Lin Xian and the little white monkey. As soon as the dark red dragon finished speaking, the little white monkey turned into a ray of white light and chased after the Unicorn Ice Snake King. In the next moment, its furry paw slapped the Unicorn Ice Snake King's head, knocking it unconscious. At the same time, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and used the dragon catcher hands. Golden light flashed, forming two true dragon palms that quickly grabbed forward. In an instant, the Unicorn Ice Snake King was captured. At this time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King recovered from the dizziness. When it saw the situation it was in, it roared angrily. Although it was powerful, the dragon catcher hands was even more powerful. Furthermore, it was executed by Lin Xian using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, it could not escape. To think that it, the mighty Snake King, was actually being controlled by a little brat. This was something that it could not accept. A strong murderous intent appeared in its cold eyes. The Unicorn Ice Snake King screamed into the sky. At the same time, the blue horn on its forehead shone brightly. A power that made one's heart tremble was emitted from the horn. The power was too strong. It was definitely beyond the third heaven honorable realm. Perhaps only a fourth heaven honorable realm cultivator could release it. In the next moment, the horn was aimed at Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he quickly removed the Lone Star Sword and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to its maximum. Then, he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King released a blue ray of death that tore through the void. The two collided, creating a terrifying scene. Buzz! Crack! The Lone Star Sword combined with the Great Dragon Sword Soul had an extremely powerful attack power that directly shattered the blue ray. Then, he stabbed out with his sword again. The terrifying sword chi slashed at his opponent's body and tore open terrifying wounds. Kid, control it. Leave the rest to me. When the dark red dragon god saw this, it howled in delight. It dashed to the side of the Unicorn Ice Snake King and quickly slithered away to set up an array. Then, he sat in the middle of the formation and tried his best to activate it. Roar! Although the array was unknown, it was very magical. In an instant, the unicorn ice snake let out a miserable cry. Its body twisted crazily, trying to break free from the dragon catcher hands and the array. However, in the next moment, it was struck again, and its entire body was almost split in half. At the same time, a mysterious power was released from the formation and attached to its body, causing its life force to quickly drain away. Not long after, the light in the Snake King's eyes faded. Its body swayed, as if it would collapse at any moment. "Kid, that's enough. Let go," the dark red dragon said. Hearing this, Lin Xian put away her Lone Star sword and dragon catcher hands and quietly watched from the side. The dark red dragon god continued to activate the array, causing the unicorn ice snake king to fall unconscious. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the snake whole. "Kid, I'm full. I'm going to take a rest," the dark red dragon god said and went back into the demon beast pouch. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. Then, he looked down, his eyes burning with passion. In a flash, Lin Xian came to the front of the ice snow lotus. Grabbing with his 5 fingers, 7 fist-sized blue lotus seeds floated in the air, emitting a chilling aura. Although the chilling aura was cold, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. After giving 3 lotus seeds to Little Snow Monkey, Lin Xian kept the remaining 4. He then took a step forward and sat on the lotus with his legs crossed. According to what he knew, the ice lotus seeds were very magical, so he planned to use them immediately. Holding a lotus seed in his hand, Lin Xian activated the art of longevity to absorb the energy in his body. Waves of pure ice energy flew out of the lotus seed and entered Lin Xian's body. Then, it flowed through his meridians. Soon, the chilling aura flowed through his entire body. Lin Xian's body became crystal clear, covered with a layer of blue light. He opened his eyes and felt the spiritual energy in his body become even purer. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian turned to look at the little monkey. Suddenly, his face froze. This little guy directly treated the frost lotus seed as a jelly bean and ate it directly. Soon, the 3 lotus seeds were swallowed by the little monkey. The little monkey let out a satisfied cry. In a flash, the little monkey climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulder, curled up into a ball, and squinted its eyes. "I wonder what will happen if I eat them." Seeing the little monkey's actions, Lin Xian suddenly had the idea of eating them. In the past, the ice would be absorbed by holding them. Very few people would eat them. Now, he decided to try it. Taking out another ice lotus seed, Lin Xian raised his head and swallowed it. Soon, a strange cold energy exploded in his body. It flowed like a wild current. "Suppress it." Lin Xian snorted. He activated the art of longevity with all his might and quickly calmed the chilling aura. It had to be said that the art of longevity was very mysterious and powerful. Under his activation, the wild cold energy was quickly suppressed and flowed according to a specific path. At the same time, Lin Xian felt a strange energy in his body. That energy was not a physical existence, but Lin Xian could clearly feel it. It seemed to be a concept. That's right, it was a concept. Lin Xian had already comprehended several concepts, so he was very familiar with this feeling. He was very surprised. He did not expect that eating a snow lotus seed would allow him to comprehend a trace of ice concept. Before this, he had never come into contact with ice attribute energy. However, a single snow lotus seed allowed him to directly comprehend ice concept. As expected of the snow lotus. It's really powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was delighted. He quickly swallowed the remaining 2 lotus seeds. In the next moment, the cold energy became more obvious. It directly allowed his ice concept to reach the minor accomplishment realm. This snow lotus seed is amazing. Lin Xian opened his eyes, full of shock. He got up and looked at the snow lotus under his feet. Strictly speaking, those lotus seeds were just fruits. This snow lotus was the real body. He wondered what would happen if he ate the snow lotus. Chapter 873. It stuck its head out and took a bite of the lotus petal. Then, it quickly spat the petal out. Not only that, it kept spitting with a look of disdain. Then, the snow-white fox looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It snorted twice and curled up into a ball again, narrowing its eyes. Fuck! I'm being despised by a monkey. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. However, he did not give up because the concept of ice in his body had increased again. It's really effective. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and could not help but speed up his devouring. If anyone was here and saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. It was fine if you ate the lotus seed, but now you even ate the lotus. This was a little crazy. Lin Xian did not care. He was now comprehending the concept of ice in his body. In just a short while, his concept of ice had reached greater mastery, and he had just eaten 2 petals. I don't care, I'll eat it all. Lin Xian looked at the remaining lotus platform, and lotus roots with a fiery gaze. In the depths of Frost Valley, the ground was cracked and terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. This was caused by the previous battle. However, a person was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. He carried a large black flag on his back that fluttered loudly. This warrior was one of Xiao Mei's team members. At this moment, he was left behind to continue monitoring this place. Xiao Mei had ordered him to monitor this place for a day. If he did not find anything unusual after a day, he was to return. From this, it could be seen how big Xiao Mei's obsession was. She really wanted to obtain Yang Qi. However, this black-robed warrior did not care. He only sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate, not caring about what was going on around him. This was because in his opinion, a second firmament supremacy had no chance of surviving after entering the icy world below. One had to know that even a third firmament supremacy would have frozen to death after such a long time. However, due to the orders, he could only stay here for a day. Time passed, and half a day had passed. The black-robed warrior seemed to be a little impatient. Damn brat, you're still making me worry even after death. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to find the other party's corpse and whip it a few times. However, in the next moment, the ice surface in front of him began to tremble slightly. The ground that had already cracked open became hideous once again. What? Is there a situation? The black-robed warrior was stunned. Then, he quickly stood up and looked ahead with a dignified look. In the next moment, a sword ray flew out from below and soared into the sky. The black-robed cultivator focused his gaze and looked up at the sky. At the same time, his body shook and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What? That kid was still alive. How is this possible? He was too shocked. One had to know that it was extremely cold under the ice. Even a third-rank venerable would have frozen to death after staying there for such a long time. But now, a second heaven-exalted realm brat had actually come out unscathed. This was simply too shocking. Impossible. Could it be that this brat has been hiding all this time and didn't go under the ice? The black-clothed martial artist was bewildered. He didn't believe that this young man had rushed up from beneath the ice. He thought that this young man must have been hiding somewhere, and now that he had come out, he must have wanted to escape. Lin Xian also saw the black-robed cultivator below and his face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party had not given up and had actually sent a martial artist to stay here. Since you're here, then stay here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, how dare you escape? Today, you'll die. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He flipped his hand and pulled out the large black flag behind his back and waved it quickly. Boom! Black fog filled the air and quickly dispersed. It was as if a dark cloud had shrouded the entire area. A deep roar was heard and a huge black dragon loomed in the clouds. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Brat, die! The black-robed cultivator sneered and waved the large black flag with all his might. Suddenly, the huge dragon in the sky stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. You want to fight? That's good. I can test my new martial soul. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his arms slightly and circulated his spiritual power. Then, the void behind him blurred and a blue lotus quickly condensed. The lotus was crystal clear. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a cold aura that froze the surrounding air. Lin Xian looked up at the void and looked at the incoming black dragon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the dragon. Caw caw caw. In the next moment, the blue ice lotus shadow and the huge black dragon claw collided. A terrifying sound was heard. Clouds of cold air gushed out and wrapped around the black dragon's claw, freezing it. Then, the terrifying cold air flowed along the dragon's claw and quickly spread throughout the dragon's body. Ice seal. Lin Xian said coldly. The blue lotus behind him rotated and released an extremely cold aura that instantly froze the dragon. What? How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that the black dragon would be frozen in an instant. This was too shocking. This brat's strength is terrifying. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he stared at the lotus. Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. Damn it, this brat got the demonic ice snow lotus. In an instant, he understood that Lin Xian must have had a fortuitous encounter and got the demonic ice snow lotus. This greatly increased his strength and allowed him to freeze the black dragon. I must report this to the young Mississippi. We must get rid of this brat. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He decided to send this important news back. Holding the black flag in his hand, the black-robed cultivator turned into a black smoke and rushed into the distance. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered and stepped on the air. Behind him, a blue lotus spun quickly. Ice seal the world. He waved his arm and his cold voice spread in all directions. The blue lotus flew into the sky and released thousands of icy aura, freezing everything within 100 miles. Open! The black-robed cultivator roared and punched the blue ice seal. However, he still underestimated the icy aura. The terrifying punch didn't break the ice seal. Instead, the icy aura slowed his movements and his entire body seemed to be frozen. He wanted to resist, but in the next moment, the blue lotus was already above his head. It spun gently and instantly froze him. Lin Xian's footsteps flashed and he came to the black-robed cultivator's side and took away the black flag. He gently tapped the ice sculpture with his finger. Countless cracks appeared on the ice sculpture and it shattered with a loud bang. The black-robed cultivator's body also cracked and fell to the ground. As expected of the ice lotus martial spirit. It is indeed powerful and has endless uses. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. That's right, the blue lotus shadow behind him was his second martial spirit, the ice lotus martial spirit. In the underground ice layer, Lin Xian swallowed the entire demonic ice snow lotus. What shocked him was that after swallowing it, he actually condensed the Ice Lotus martial spirit. Chapter 874. Now, he was no longer a cultivation newbie. Of course, he knew that martial spirits could be twinned because there were some special warriors in the world who had twin martial spirits. But he didn't expect that he would also condense a second martial spirit. I wonder if the other essences can also become martial spirits. Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the essences of wind, thunder, and fire could also be condensed into martial spirits, then his strength would be terrifying. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Even if he could succeed, the process would be extremely difficult. Putting away the Ice Lotus martial spirit, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out of the Ice Frost Valley. At this time, he had already swallowed the bewitching Frost Lotus. There was no reason for him to stay in this place. Moreover, he had to find Bing Ling and the others, as well as the other king's treasures. Lin Xian quickly flew out of the Ice Frost Valley. He used his soul power to check the surroundings and then flew towards the north. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many warriors flying towards the same place. Puzzled, he also followed behind. There should be treasures in the place where so many people were going. If Bing Ling and the others were nearby, they should also be going there. Thinking of this, he sped up. Gradually, vegetation appeared in front of him. It was no longer bare ground. First, there were pine trees, then snow trees, and finally, there was a group of unknown plants. Most of them were white, forming a snow forest. Those warriors were running towards the depths of the forest. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian found that the area in front of him suddenly became empty. Under the 1,000-foot-tall ice mountain, there were several 100-foot-tall cave entrances. When the warriors in front of him saw the icy cave entrances, they were ecstatic and couldn't help but speed up. These people were all good at finding treasures. According to their experience, there should be some rare treasures in this kind of cave. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also went in. Sure enough, there was another world inside. It was like a palace, with halls, stone rooms, cultivation rooms, and all kinds of things. It should be a ruin left by the ancient people. After passing through layers of stone corridors and several halls, Lin Xian didn't stop and kept running towards the depths. This distance had already exceeded the distance of the mountain range. He guessed that it should lead to the underground. Boom! A low and deep voice rang out in front of them. Like muffled thunder, it quickly spread in all directions, accompanied by a violent spiritual energy. In front of him, several martial artists were unable to dodge in time and were swept by the fierce and violent spirit qi, and were immediately sent flying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked out a ray of sword qi from his finger and immediately split the spiritual qi apart. A vacuum appeared where he was standing, and on both sides, strong winds blew, blowing against the stone walls, causing them to shake violently. Up ahead, there was a fork in the road, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian stood at the fork in the road, thinking about which way to go. At this moment, a shout came from the left passage. Scram! Accompanying this voice was a wave of scorching spiritual energy. It was indeed very strange for such a heat wave to appear in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian frowned, because he found that the sound was made by the eastern phoenix. With a single step, his body swayed as he rushed towards the left side of the passage. At the same time, angry laughter came from the front again. Ha! I didn't expect to see you here again. Little beauty, be obedient and let me have my fun. Maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You should have thought of today's ending if you dared to provoke our White Sharks gang. Another arrogant voice rang out. At this moment, in a large hall on the left passage, countless martial artists were gathered. Some were lone wolves, some were in small teams, and all kinds of forces were gathered here. However, among the many forces, there was one that was the most powerful. This team had about 20 people, and the two leaders were a bald man and a scarred man. Their powerful auras shrouded the entire space. These people were the White Sharks gang that Lin Xian and the others had met before. No martial artists dared to approach where they stood. Opposite them, there were several huge stone statues. The one in front was a woman carrying a sword case. Her hands were supporting the sky, and her feet were stepping on lotuses. Beside the stone statue, there was a fiery red figure. It was a beautiful woman with delicate features and an impressive figure. She wore a red soft armor that accentuated her exquisite curves. Around her, there were countless flames dancing, forming a halo. This woman was Dongfang Phoenix. At this moment, she was holding a crimson-red whip in her right hand, and a foot-long short sword in her left hand. There was a trace of anger on her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. The ending will be the same anyway. Resisting will only increase the pain of being tortured. The bald man looked at Dongfang Phoenix, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. The scarred man shouted coldly, "Stupid girl, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bah, I was the one who found this thing first. You guys took one of it, and now you want to take what's in my hand. Do you have any shame?" Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense anger. She could not wait to burn all of them to ashes. However, although she was angry, she did not act rashly. This was because the scarred man's strength had reached the third heaven of the Venerable Realm, and the bald man was also a top second heaven of the Venerable Realm. Dongfang Phoenix had a chance of winning against any one of them. However, the situation was dangerous when the two of them worked together. Moreover, the other party had a group of strong underlings. If they really fought, she would very likely be besieged. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Wait until I catch you. See how I'll play you to death. The scarred man snorted coldly, and then took a step forward. There was a green sword in his hand. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, it emitted a dazzling green light. The light was so dazzling that it almost dyed the entire space green. An extremely sharp aura quickly gushed out from the light. When the surrounding martial artists saw the green sword, many of them were enraged and swallowed their saliva. They naturally knew that the green sword in the scarred man's hand was the treasure he found in the main hall. To be exact, he obtained it from the woman's stone statue. However, he was not the one who found it. He was the one who snatched it. The first to find the green sword was Dongfang Phoenix. She found the green sword in the sword case behind the woman's stone statue. After Dongfang Phoenix arrived at the main hall, she quickly searched. Then, she looked at the woman's stone statue. When she opened the sword case on the woman's stone statue, a green light and a red light gushed out, and immediately lit up the entire main hall. Along with it came a frighteningly sharp aura. Chapter 875. These people knew that only a top-grade spirit-grade artifact could emit such an aura. This kind of artifact was already a top-grade artifact. Other than the half-Earth grade artifacts, it was the most precious spirit artifact. Under normal circumstances, only people from large factions would possess such a top-grade artifact. Ordinary martial artists, even third-level honorables, might not be able to obtain a top-grade artifact. One could imagine how precious a top-grade spirit-grade artifact was. At this moment, two top-grade artifacts had appeared in the main hall at the same time. How could everyone not be tempted? Countless people's eyes were burning as they rushed toward the stone statue. However, in the chaotic battle, the scarred man used his third-level honorable martial artist strength to forcefully snatch the green sword. As for the red short sword, it was protected by Dongfang Feng Huang. However, the green and red swords were a pair of mother-son swords. They could only unleash their greatest power when combined. If they were separated, their power would be greatly reduced. How could the scarred man be willing to give up after obtaining the green longsword? Therefore, he set his sights on Dongfang Feng Huang. They were determined to obtain the green and red mother-son swords. Moreover, Dongfang Feng Huang was extremely beautiful. It was hard for them to raise her. No matter what the reason was, they would attack Dongfang Feng Huang. Stinky girl, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat later. The scarred man's voice was cold. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang. His strength had reached third-level honorable martial artist. He was quite famous in the Blackwater River Basin. At this moment, he was about to attack, causing the entire place to tense up. Dongfang Feng Huang was trembling with anger. The other party was too shameless. Not only did he snatch the green sword, but he also wanted to snatch the red short sword in her hand. Did he really think she was easy to bully? If he wanted the short sword, he would have to exchange it with his life. Dongfang Feng Huang said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, the divine flames on her body danced and formed a phoenix shadow that enveloped her entire body. The power was very terrifying. It swept out in all directions, causing the originally cold space to become hot. Around her, countless ice melted rapidly, forming water droplets. Then, they evaporated, forming white mist that covered the entire space. This scene shocked the surrounding martial artists once again. It seemed that the girl in red was not a pushover. However, the bald man sneered disdainfully. Little beauty, I admit that you are very strong. I'm afraid no one can completely subdue you in a one-on-one battle. But no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. You absolutely can't escape from the palm of our hands. The bald man laughed evilly, then turned to look at the scarred man. Boss, hurry up and make a move. Capture this chick so that we don't have to worry too much. Yes. The scarred man nodded. He was originally a bandit, so he didn't care about the morals of the Jianghu, nor did he know how to fight alone. Moreover, this was the king's treasure trove. There were many rare treasures here, so he couldn't waste too much time here. He had to end this quickly. Seeing the scarred man nod his head, the bald man grinned. Then, his aura erupted. Insolent laughter reverberated throughout the area. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads. The White Sharks gang was a notorious bandit gang in the Heishui River area. This kind of person would not care about anything. Now, it seemed that with the two gang leaders taking action, the girl in red would definitely be unable to escape. Dongfang Feng Huang gritted her teeth when she saw the two of them step forward. Her eyes were filled with determination. It would be difficult for her to deal with the two of them alone. However, even if she had to risk her life today, she would not let them have it easy. Thinking of this, she channeled all her spiritual energy. The flames outside her body became more vigorous. The red soft whip in her hand turned into a red dragon, roaring ferociously. The red short sword in her left hand also released a fierce aura. Go! Let's do this. The scarred man said coldly. Then, his body moved violently, and like an afterimage, he quickly pounced forward. The long sword in his hand danced, forming a green sword screen that quickly shrouded the area in front of him. The bald man also roared and quickly followed up. He reached out his white jade-like palm to grab the area in front of him. In an instant, a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang also shouted and quickly swung the treasured weapon in her hand. An earth-shattering collision sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the combined strength of the scarred man and the bald man was too terrifying. Dongfang Fenghuang could only hold on for a moment before she was sent flying. "Little beauty, I'm coming." Hideous laughter rang out as the two figures quickly approached. "Am I going to die here?" Dongfang Fenghuang revealed a trace of sadness. She was ready to fight with her life on the line. She would not let them get away with it. In the next moment, she was about to burn her spiritual energy. Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless amounts of cold air condensed and formed an iceberg above the hole. It pressed down on the scarred man and the bald man. Although the iceberg was not big, it emitted a monstrous chill that made people tremble uncontrollably. The scarred man and the bald man suddenly raised their heads, revealing a trace of shock. Then, they roared and quickly attacked. Boom! A terrifying collision sound reverberated. The scarred man and the bald man were blocked, especially the bald man, who was forced back by the cold aura. What? We're saved. Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes were shocked. Looking at the iceberg that suddenly appeared, she breathed a sigh of relief. In front of her, the blue iceberg blocked the scarred man and the bald man. Who is it? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Sharks gang? Come out and face your death. The bald man was pushed back and roared crazily. The scarred man's expression was gloomy as he looked around. Who are you, sneaking around? Come out. Hee, what White Sharks gang? Shameless indeed. Two big men bullying a little girl. Is your face grown on a dog's body? A sharp voice of mockery rang out and reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone was shocked. Not many people dared to say such things about the White Sharks gang. That mysterious person was really bold. The members of the White Sharks gang were also infuriated as they clamored. The scarred man and the bald man's expressions were gloomy. Their bodies emitted a biting cold murderous aura that swept across the hall. I don't care who you are. You're dead for interfering with our White Sharks gang's business. Is that so? The voice sounded again. But I think the ones who will die will be you. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the iceberg. It was a handsome young man. He sat on the iceberg and sneered as he looked below the White Sharks gang. Brat, it's you. Seeing the other party, the scarred man and the bald man's pupils shrank as they cried out in surprise. But when they saw that the other party was alone, they sneered again. Lin Xian. Dongfang Fenghuang also cried out. Her worried expression was replaced by joy. She didn't expect that it was Lin Xian who saved her. Lin Xian appeared in front of Dongfang Fenghuang in a flash. Looking at her pale face, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Dongfang Fenghuang shook her head and said in a low voice. "If the two of us work together, we should be able to break through their siege. Wait until I meet up with Senior Sister Bingling and the others. I'll definitely have my revenge. No need to wait for them. I'll avenge you now," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he turned around and looked at the White Sharks gang. His expression turned cold. "Leave the treasured swords you took and hand over your storage rings. Then, I'll spare your lives." Chapter 876. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them even suspected that their ears were damaged. A young man dared to threaten the White Sharks gang. Was his brain damaged? They thought that some powerful figure had arrived, but it turned out to be a lunatic. If that was the case, the White Shark's gang would suffer a miserable fate next time. Many people shook their heads. On the other side, the White Shark's gang members were furious. All of them stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. They could not wait to kill him. On the other hand, the scar-faced man and the bald man laughed crazily as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. "Kid, if all of your companions were here, we might not be afraid. But now that you're alone, how dare you speak such big words? You're courting death." The two stopped laughing and their gazes turned cold. "You're the first one who dared to threaten the White Shark's gang. I'll let you know that some words cannot be said. You'll have to pay the price for saying them." The scar-faced man stared at Lin Xian with a strong murderous aura in his eyes. "Kid, how dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Shark's gang? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead," the bald man said fiercely. The two of them were furious and filled with killing intent. It was obvious that they had the intention to kill. The White Shark's gang had been fighting in the Blackwater River Zone for so many years and no one had ever dared to underestimate them. But now, a second Sky Honorable Realm kid dared to provoke them. He was courting death. "Second brother, you go and stall that stinky girl. I'll take care of this stinky kid myself," the scar-faced man said coldly. "Don't worry, boss. I can still do this." The bald man nodded. He then looked at Eastern Phoenix and revealed a sinister smile. "Be careful." Eastern Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry. They can't hurt me." Lin Xian smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. "What shameless boasting. I'll let you know my true strength in a while." The scar-faced man took a step forward and his aura rapidly increased. The green treasure sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light like a green moon. It was extremely cold. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I can only say that it was a very foolish decision to make a move." Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring the murderous look in his opponent's eyes. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked as they shook their heads one after another. In their opinion, a young man at the second sky of the Honorable Realm who dared to challenge the scarred man was undoubtedly seeking death. The knife-scarred man revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the young figure. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His reputation was not undeserved. In these years of fighting in the Blackwater River, many powerful opponents had died in his hands. There were at least 80, if not 100, young boys like this one. He knew that these people were all young geniuses. Each and every one of them had their eyes at the top of their heads and didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, he had been fighting all year round. How powerful was his experience and strength? It was absolutely not something a little brat could compare to. In the next moment, the scar-faced man brandished his sword and slashed out. The sword chi turned into a huge shark that quickly rampaged through the void towards Lin Xian. This was an attack that belonged to a third sky of the Honorable Realm. In addition to the power of a top-grade treasure, this attack was extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked as they retreated one after another. They felt as if the shark had turned into a real demon king that was emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the incoming shark sword aura. An ice-cold chill swiftly gushed out from his body. A blue aura surged and covered his body, forming a ball of blue light. At the same time, the cold aura that was released caused the temperature of the entire space to continue to drop. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian activated the cold aura and Great Dragon Sword Soul to strike out an ice phoenix. Buzz! The blue aura surged and quickly condensed in the void, forming a huge ice phoenix. The huge body emitted a cold aura that covered the entire hall. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it and began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the blue ice phoenix collided with the shark sword chi. Boom! This attack was extremely terrifying. The crisscrossing sword chi intertwined and created a shocking explosion. The void shattered and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. When everyone regained their vision and looked over again, they took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying deep pit appeared in the center of the area. The scarred man and Lin Xian were standing on both sides of the pit. Both of them weren't injured at all. This kid can actually withstand the attack of a third heaven supremacy. How is that possible? Countless people gasped in disbelief. Although the difference between the second and third celestial layers was only one celestial layer apart, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through such a level of suppression. Only peerless sky prides could challenge someone of a higher level. The handsome young man in front of them was also a sky pride. At the thought of this, everyone's mouths and tongues went dry. They were greatly shocked. Even the members of the White Sharks gang were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The scarred man was also stunned. Then, he sneered, "Sky Pride. No wonder you were so arrogant before. However, you're unlucky to have met me. I've even killed Sky Prides before. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my newly obtained sword. A third heaven supremacy is nothing to me. At least you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me," Lin Xian said proudly. His eyes flickered with confidence. Before this, he had already killed a third heaven supremacy. Now that he had a second martial soul, his strength had greatly increased. It wouldn't take much effort to kill his opponent. Moreover, time was precious in the king's treasure. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Therefore, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. The space in front of him fluctuated. A blue lotus quietly bloomed, emitting a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. With a wave of his hand, the blue lotus was lifted into the air. It quickly grew in size and formed a huge shadow. It was like a giant blue mountain that floated above everyone. The blue aura surged and quickly descended. Every aura made one tremble. The scarred man's pupils shrank when he saw this. His heart was heavy. He was wary of his opponent's strength. In the next moment, he summoned his martial soul as well. A white shark jumped out from the void. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian didn't care about his opponent's actions. His fingers moved and quickly formed a seal. Then, he blasted it forward. In the next moment, the lotus in the void rotated. The 9 petals trembled and formed 9 rays of blue aura. Each ray condensed into a blue ice sword that emitted an extremely powerful sword chi. Ice Lotus, Sword Formation. Chapter 877. The terrifying sword chi rolled over, emitting a supreme energy that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. White Shark Slash. The scarred man roared and raised his strength to the maximum. Together with the White Shark martial soul behind him, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 streaks of sword chi collided with Su White Shark. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded and swept across the surroundings. The sword chi swept across and the entire hall was affected by the terrifying impact. It shook violently. "You want to compete with my martial soul?" Go to hell. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. Once again, an aura surged out from his body and poured into the white shark marshal's soul. Instantly, the white shark marshal's soul emitted a silver light and formed a powerful impact. However, he was still no match for the 9 ice swords in the empty palace. These ice swords were formed by the Ice Lotus Marshal's soul and contained the power of the Great Dragon Sword soul. It could be said that their attack power was extremely powerful. Such power could definitely tear through everything. Therefore, in the next moment, the two did not last long before the huge white shark marshal's soul was pierced through by the ice swords. Ah! With his marshal's soul damaged, the scarred man suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His miserable voice reverberated as he was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the scarred man, who was at the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm, to lose to a kid at the 2nd heaven. It was too shocking and completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially the gang members of the White Sharks gang. They all looked up in horror. The scarred man was their gang leader. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence and had never been defeated before. But now, he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a youth whose cultivation level was lower than his. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck them unconscious. Even the bald man who was fighting at the side cried out in horror. He could not believe that his big brother had been defeated. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Xian had defeated a 3rd heaven honorable realm, she was still shocked when she saw it again. In the void, Lin Xian looked at the injured scarred man on the ground and sneered. His palm moved and quickly formed a seal. The blue lotus in the void rotated again. Clearly, he planned to continue attacking and kill his opponent. The scar-faced man crawled up from the ground and quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A similar look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw that Lin Xian was about to continue attacking, and his heart trembled violently. "Damned brat, I'll kill you!" He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. It was too sullen, too much of a failure. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang, a dignified 3rd-layer venerable. Yet, he couldn't even win against a young brat. It was truly shameful. With a furious roar, he once again activated the green sword in his hand and charged forward. The green sword cheek shot out like a mountain, like a green river, quickly falling down in the air. At the same time, he roared angrily and quickly swallowed a pill to fuse with the injured white shark martial spirit. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, shaking the entire area. Then, a shocking killing intent spread out. The scar-faced man's aura suddenly skyrocketed, much stronger than before. Furthermore, his entire appearance had changed. White scales appeared on his body, and a huge fish fin appeared on his back, shining with silver light. His originally thin face now had 2 fish gills, making him look extremely ferocious, like a merman. Lin Xian frowned. His opponent's aura had skyrocketed, and even he was a little shocked. Moreover, his ability to fuse with his martial spirit had also surprised him. "Little bastard, die!" The scar-faced man roared and pounced forward like a demon king. Boom! The ground couldn't withstand it, and abyss-like cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire space. Big Brother has fused with his martial spirit, haha. Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke the White Sharks gang? No one in the world can save you. The bald man beside him laughed loudly when he saw this scene. Lin Xian, be careful. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked because her opponent's aura was too strong, far stronger than before. "I'll take care of him now and snatch the green sword for you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his body shook, and he rushed out like a ray of light. On his body, the red lotus armor condensed, forming a bright red armor that covered his entire body. Dragon-catching hand. He stretched out his palm, and a frosty aura surged, forming two ice dragons that quickly spiraled forward. The ice dragons roared and tore through the void, arriving in front of the scar-faced man in an instant and binding him. Traces of frosty aura quickly spread out, forming a frost zone. Soon, the scar-faced man's speed slowed down. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of ice, and even his movements became sluggish. "You're courting death. Open!" He roared, and the spiritual energy in his body exploded with a terrifying force, shattering all the ice. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light that quickly rushed out. The ball of light was very fast, and Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant. "Ha, brat, how dare you go against me? This is your fate." Seeing that his opponent was hit, the scar-faced man laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance and pride. The disciples of the White Sharks gang behind him also cheered to their heart's content. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads and sighed. As expected, the scar-faced man was not to be trifled with. To be able to become the leader of the White Sharks gang and stand strong for so many years, he definitely had a secret manual that could save his life. It seemed that the young prodigy was too careless. "Hee, little beauty, your companion is already dead. You should obediently allow yourself to be captured." The bald man also had an evil smile on his face. "Second brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Hurry up and capture him. Once we complete the rainbow dual swords, our strength will increase greatly, and we will be able to obtain more treasures here." The scales on the scar-faced man's body flickered, and he looked like a murloc, incomparably demonic. Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Even if she were to die today, she would drag one of them down with her to avenge Lin Xian. "Is this your strength? You're really nothing much." Suddenly, a mocking voice was heard, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "What? That brat is still alive." Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. Dongfang Phoenix's face was also filled with joy. "That's great, Lin Xian is not dead." The scar-faced man's body also stiffened, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Not dead? How is that possible?" He quickly turned around, his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared ahead. "This brat is really lucky. He's not dead even after that." The scar-faced man's expression was cold. He decided to strike again, and he must shatter his opponent. He opened his bloody mouth slightly, and a ball of white energy quickly condensed. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, he suddenly froze. The white ball of light that had condensed into the size of a fist also quickly faded. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.